Testing 1, 2, 3. Test, 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 test. I'm going to drive this way up high. Okay. So, why does this not work? That makes absolutely no sense. Any universe. Why'd you reboot it? Oh, dear God. Do you even know how to use those? Oh, shoot.
Not yet. Nope, not yet. Yeah, how about, does that work? Oh, that does work. Oh, I know it does, yeah. Probably don't even need that. Okay, good. Well, good morning, AmiWest 2025. The show is beginning. For those of you I've never met, I'm Brian Deneen. I'm the president of the Sacramento Amiga Computer Club, the sponsor of the show, the main sponsor. And of course, we have lots of other sponsors who are here with us, A-EON Technologies and several others who are helping to make this a free admission show. The first AmiWest shows were $25 a head in 1998. So at least be sure to go see our sponsors and tell them thank you for sponsoring our show. They have made it possible for us to continue. This is the 28th AmiWest show, 28 years in a row, and we're happy to have all of you here. And good to see my friend L.D. Stevens just walking in the door. I was hoping he'd be here this week. Just wanted to make a few more announcements about what you can expect to find. If you paid for or reserved a banquet ticket, go to table number 1 back there to pick up your banquet ticket. Brian Carpignano has them. For those of you who have badges, he has those too. The SAC sales table, tables 2 and 3 right behind the reception table. And also the SAC raffle table. Now there's lots of interesting stuff for the raffle. Go see the raffle people. Table 4 has, we have royalty with us today. Her name is Lorraine. And we have all of the original wire wrap cards on table number 4 to go and see. Now, you can't play with them. Please don't pick them up because they're kind of fragile after all these years. But at least you can see how Amigadom started. Mr. Toast's Tech Bench. Benches 5 and 6, Chris Nelson, one of the members of our club, is a die-hard technician. If you have a simple Amiga repair, no, he can't do a recap at the show, sorry. But he can do simple stuff. Go see him, and he's really good at it. He's done a lot of work for me, too. So, 7, 8, 9, and 10, A-EON Technologies, aforementioned. They have, I believe, Trevor, do you have A600s for sale? How about 1200s? 1222? Okay, 1222. Is in the freight. Exactly. So A600GS and A1222 are available. A1200 NG is currently at the DHL warehouse awaiting pickup. Delayed for about 5 days by, you guessed it, customs. So table number 11, AAA Technology, and they are, if I don't miss my guess, they are the ones who were here from France. So go pay them a visit and say thank you for coming. Table number 12 back there, almost on the wall. It's not quite on the wall, but it's a display called the Future Wall. Chris Collins put that together for Amiga 40th. That was at the Computer History Museum in, I believe it was July, if I don't miss my guess. I was there, but it's been a long time ago. And then 13, 14, and 15, the other group of Amigoids from the Bay Area. Duncan McDougall, where are you, Duncan? Are you here yet? Wave at me if you are. No, I think he had a kind of a hard night. But he'll be there, and they have good things to show too. Table 16 or Area 16. Kind of like Area 52, is the Hexapod Robots by Dave Combs. Dave, wave at me so people can see you. There we are. Got Hexapod Robots there. Table 17, SAC Guy from Michael Salcedo, our longtime SAC members. Table 18, Infocessories. Infocessories has lots of hardware, 60 original equipment hardware cards for sale. And trying to get the inventory reduced in my collection. Also, the Rebel distribution that runs on the Amiga is available there. Also, Amiga 1000 mice and keyboards for sale. Very slightly used. They've all been tested. They all work. The mice are new old stock, so they've never been used. And let's see, what else do I have there? I think that's pretty much it for that. So, table 19, 3 Amiga PCs by Francis Bernier. Table 20, the future of SCSI. Stefan Reinauer is doing some updates to the SCSI interface for the Amiga. 21, Alps Media, Louis Deturi. Louis, are you back there? Can you hear me? He's kind of hard of hearing. There he is. Wave at us, Louis. Yeah, there you go. Alps Media with Louis, he's been here for a long time too. 22 OS 3.3 beta is back there. One of our club members who is also our host over here, Brian Carpignano. So he's got the latest, I believe unreleased yet, version of OS 3.3. Rabbit Hole Computing 23 and 24. And they have lots of great stuff for SCSI interface as well. Table 25, the Ultimate 64 controller. Table 26, Boing and Beyond, the Amiga 3DO DNA Experience, 27, 28. Amigas are an appliance, Chris Satterfield. And 29, picture this, Theodore Colis. Robert Pierce has a table 30 A500 and A2000 display. The AmiWest Games competition, if you haven't entered yet, it's still time. You can still enter to play the game and win the trophy. And the trophy is on display back there. 38, 39, 40, and 41 is lunch tables, which are up here. AmiWest broadcast is right here. And along with that has, breakfast too. Oh my gosh. Well, we had, a little donation for the breakfast, please. This is kind of off the cuff, unofficial. So, AmiWest broadcast over here, and also Amiga 040 merchandise. He's got the 040 pins available and all kinds of other stuff from the 40th anniversary celebration that we had in July. And some 30th too, huh? Wow, very cool. Yeah. So, last but not least, the AV workstation, which is over here as well. Robert Bernardo, thank you, Robert, for being our cameraman again for AmiWest for the umpteen-thousandth year. I think, 20 years right now? Something like that. So let's give Robert a hand. Yeah, there we go. So that's the show in a kind of a beach ball. And I wouldn't say nutshell because it's just too much to do. But be sure to have a lot of fun, talk to everybody, patronize everybody's table. And thank you for coming. Next year will be the 40th anniversary of the Sacramento Amiga Computer Club. And we will definitely have something special for that here at AmiWest. We're working on, at least I am working on, a new space. So it may be at a different location. We'll see. But even if it's the same old location, it'll be kind of a blowout. We're going to make it a blowout no matter what. So if you have any questions, ask Brian Carpignano over at the table or back at his table with the OS 3.3 beta. He knows all the answers to the questions. And it's really nice. Oh, and I wanted to thank the new leadership for AmiWest, Bill Borsari. Raise your hand, Bill. Yeah, right there. Chris Nelson. Raise your hand high. Jerry Gray. Also SAC VP, Chris is SAC Secretary, Brian Carpignano back there at the back, and Marshall Elfstrand right there in the table. Raise your hand, Marshall. Yeah, you're on the list. You're on the list. So thank you to all of you guys. They're all professional project managers, so they know what they're doing, and at least we kept it going long enough for them to take over, which is really great. So have a really great show, and I think, if I'm not mistaken, from here on the back, I think I see Mr. Dickinson's image on the screen. So I think that he is next. Is that correct? Didn't get an answer. So we'll presume that he's next. I'm going to hand him the mic. Have a great show, everybody.
Right. Good morning. Good morning, AmiWest. Right, this is my third show in 3 weeks. I'm just about over it. But look, it's great to be back at AmiWest. It's probably the friendliest Amiga show in the world. I would have said that Amiga Island was up there close, but they don't do the show anymore, so AmiWest got #1 for the moment. Look, I've just come from Germany. Actually from SWAG, that was a Southwest Amiga group, and that was a real traditional user group show, about 100 people. It was really good fun. I really enjoyed Amiga Germany. There was about 1,200 people on the first day. Everyone was Amigan, right? And if any of you made it to Amiga 40 in Mountain View, who was at Mountain View? Yeah, quite a few. That was a great show. Of course, we were part of VCF West. And I think there was 2,500 or 3,000 people there over the weekend. They said it was about 1,000 more than they usually get, so I'm hoping the 1,000 were all Amigans. But the Germany show was particularly good because it was just Amiga. And it was unbelievably busy. Great. So, I mean, I think back to 2010, my first AmiWest show. We were displaying the Amiga 1 X1000 for the first time. It was very, very flaky. It was the first time I sponsored an AmiWest. 16 years later, I've sponsored every year, and I'm pleased to be sponsoring again in 2025. So, yeah. And I'm great. Thanks. And it's really good to see a lot of people that were around there in 2010. Now, we've got a very slow slide show today, I'm sorry. So I'm going to try, and you have to bear with me, I think. Hopefully it's working. Now, back in 2010, I had black hair. It was aided by Grecian 1000, whatever it's called. But it was, it wasn't quite this color, but this is my natural color now. And I guess it just shows, I look around the room and I see Paul over there, LD, Kevin. We've all gone a bit like that, but I like to see younger people. I can actually see younger people here. Amazing. Which is really good, because it means we aren't dying. Now there we are. There's me back on the left, and there's the late Chuck in the long, a great servant to AmiWest over the years. And that man on the end is actually, who's that on the end then? Can you recognize him? Nobody knows? Yeah. Yeah, so there we are. Our president of the show, of the AmiWest. Now today I was going to talk about a number of things, but really this is a celebration of the Amiga 40th, and it's great that we're here at AmiWest and can do that. There's a few people that have passed on the way, both in the Amiga scene. And that's another Amiga developer just came in, Mike Silcott. His name's actually on the motherboard. For some reason, I can't pronounce his surname. I keep looking at it, and it's Silcott, right? The Amiga motherboard, but they never used it in the final version. Oh, Commodore didn't use it, did they? Oh, no, but when Commodore took over, they didn't use the code you created. No, so, yeah. But he is on the motherboard, so if you want to go and speak to him, he's got great stories. Reason I put some of these up was to remind myself and you of just what's happened in the last 40 years. Actually, really, since 2010, so it's the last 15 years. And if anyone reads Amiga Future, you'll know I keep a soapbox article in there, Trevor's Amiga Soapbox, and I try to talk about all sorts of things Amiga and things that aren't. I've also written articles about all of the classic machines and all of the companies that were involved in building the Amiga market, what happened to them after Commodore went bust. My most recent one was the 3-part interview with John Ballmer from Scala, and it was supposed to be just one issue, but he kept me talking for 4 hours. So interesting, I thought I can't leave any of this out, so I created an interview which goes over 3 copies. So if any of you read Amiga Future, you can see that. Of course, if you know me, you know that I'm crazy, and I've written a trilogy about what happened to the Commodore and Amiga IP after the failed attempt to buy Amiga by David Pleasance and Colin Proudfoot, Commodore UK. And it's a story of, it's a great story. I think it's great. I had one guy say that he bought it at the Amiga Germany show, and he had 4 kids, and every night after he got the kids to bed, he couldn't put the book down. So I thought, well, that's who I wrote it for. I wrote it for nutters like me, people that really are into the Amiga. I don't care if it's too detailed or it's not snazzy. It's about the Amiga, it's about the company, it's about the people, it's about us. That's who it's about. And there's pictures of a number of people in the show. Paul's there. There's lots of people. If you want to buy the books,
Testing. This is a test.
he gets all the money for the books. But I do have some of the back, volume 1 and 2. You probably all got them. If you haven't, you're welcome to come by them. One thing when you go to these shows, you learn lots of things. Today I do want to tell you some of them, because it's fun to hear them. We all know of the beautiful image of Debbie Harry, taken by Andy Warhol. Anyone look at the Amiga 40? There's a beautiful Debbie Harry created by Andy Warhol. Yes? No. Sure. It's fake. Yeah. tell you what, we got to, before we got to update house, who was actually the young engineer that taught Andy Warhol how to paint on the original. And he had no idea who Andy Warhol was, but he knew who Debbie Harry was. So, Paul, for you. Destroy the problems. But Andy Warhol, number of gave me a copy this with 10 original Warhol paintings, printed on the wall. $26 million for sure. So not bad for a young guy. The other thing was, I know I'm going on a bit here, the other thing was, he was sitting down with Debbie Harry in the dress rehearsal, and he's like, I'd been doing the same, to be honest. She was cool, right? He's sitting next to her. She's got this sparkly outfit on. It looks like a snakeskin scarf. So that must be uncomfortable for this Harry. Yes, I'm very soft inside. So yeah, I think I played. So I really wanted to.
There's something wrong. Trevor? There's something wrong with that. I'm sorry. I think the battery's dying. Can I have it, please?
Okay, I can shout.
No. We have more. Try this one, please. Testing 1, 2, test. Try this one, please. Okay.
Best laid plans of manual mice for Amiga 35. I worked with Zach Worthington to create an extended version of Fever Amiga. The original film, which was 1 hour long, it was really good, bittersweet story. We wanted to make it a bit more personal for Amiga 35, so we created a 2 hour 20 version, which was quite funny. I have the distribution rights for that, and I plan to use it. Okay? But the remix version, anyone wants a copy of the remix version, digital download, I'll send you a link. Just send me an email, give me your email address, and I'll send you a link. It's 2 hours 20, there's a lot more information in there, a lot more interviews. Want to, okay? Pleasure. It was interesting because if you remember, 2010 is when Zach started filming for the video. So if you watch the video, you'll see a dyed black hair Trevor. And then at 2015, he's in Germany, and you'll see a grey-haired Trevor. So that's what 5 years of working on the Amiga does, right? But you know, why we're here, why I'm here as A-EON Technology. Obviously, we've created a number of PowerPC boards over the years. The first one was the X1000. I mean, that's my pride and joy because I spent so much time and effort on that one. The X5000 20 released in 2017. That was a long, drawn-out progress as well because of various things happening in the background. The 2019, the X5040. The faster version of the X5000. And at last, it was like a marathon, the A1222 Plus. That was actually, motherboard was developed and designed at the same time as the X5000. Released at the end of to beta testers, to the developers at the end of 2014, beginning of 2015. It took 9 years to get that released. And if anyone knows the background of the story, you'll appreciate that. I'm not just involved with A-EON technology, I'm also involved now with Amiga Kit. And I'm actually a very small shareholder in Hyperion. So I do see it aside of the PowerPC, next generation, and the growing next generation 8K system. So it's actually quite interesting seeing both sides of it and seeing them come together, start to merge. As you know, A-EON's worked on lots of software. I'm not going to talk about our software because I haven't got an awful lot of time today telling these little stories. I think it's important to tell the stories. You know what A-EON does. We create a lot of software and drivers for the PowerPC Amiga with Amiga 1 series. And I think we're running on Steam power today. And we support all operating systems. You know, MorphOS team support us, the OS4 team support us, and we produce our own software as well. Of course, there's the Debbie Harry image down below with fake. But it doesn't matter. That's great. To me, that's just part of the story of Andy Warhol, Debbie Harry, and the launch of the Amiga. Our enhancer, because we're selling expensive hardware, expensive PowerPC hardware, we like to offer our customers an upgraded experience. So not everyone likes the enhancer, but it's a version 2.3 we've held back because OS 4.1 final edition update 3, I think I got that right, has just been released, and we want to make sure there's no incompatibilities because one thing you don't want is people updating their computers to update 3 and then nothing working. So that should be coming out before Christmas, according to Matthew. And we also have enhancer version 54, and that allows us to create a separate OS4 setup so you don't have to contaminate your Hyperion OS4 if that's what you want to do. So some people do that. Some people keep 2 partitions, one which is OS4 and one which is enhanced OS4, and they keep them separate. One thing we planned with AmiStore way back was to have it 68K and PowerPC. The PowerPC version has been running for a long time. The 68K version is about to be launched on the A600 GS and the A1200 NG. So that should make things much better for the 68K guys, that which is actually a really large market. One thing we realize is PowerPC. I prefer PowerPC because that's what I grew up with more in recent years. But the classic market is massive. Retro market is massive at the moment, not just for Amigas, for all retro machines. Guys who are in their teens, early teens, are now in their 30s, 40s, and they've now got disposable income, and they want to relive some of the games and programs they played in their youth. Our Linux team, we have a fantastic Linux team of volunteers headed by Christian Zagotsky, a German, and he is like a machine. He makes sure our hardware is supported by the mainstream Linux kernel, and he makes sure that it runs dozens, our hardware runs dozens of, say a dozen PowerPC Linux distributions. So he's an amazing guy, and he helped us out at Amiga Germany, because he speaks German. However, most Germans speak better English, so it's kind of irrelevant. Yeah, I'm going to talk now about some of the other things, some of the 68K equipment that we're producing. You all saw the A600 GS last year. Anyone that's got one will know it's regularly updated. There are updates coming out all the time. We hope to be able to show, I think Matthew last year talked about the A1200 NG. We hope to be able to show that at the show, working in its case. Unfortunately, it's stuck. It's stuck in Sacramento at FedEx now. It finally got released from customs. So hopefully we can get someone to go down to FedEx, pick it up, and then you'll be able to see the motherboard. It's a complete motherboard replacement. It continues to have DB9s, serial port, audio ports, and a video port, but it also has HDMI, Wi-Fi, Bluetooth, you name it. So it fits in your A1200 case and gives you a modern Amiga experience, but retains the classic element, classic legacy. And of course, it's very fast. It's really fast. One of the things I wanted to talk about, and I don't know whether, is Matthew here? Is Matthew around at all? Because he's on next. If he's not, I might just leave Matthew out if you're not here, and we'll go on to Steve after me, okay? How are we doing for time? Great, okay. Right, one of the things that's been recently produced, and we demonstrated this at Amiga 40 in Mountain View, is the native 68K web browser running on a Chromium-based engine. It finally gives classic Amiga users a browser which you can use. And you know, from my point of view, I think a browser now is about 90% of a computer. You use it for everything. And nothing I've thrown at this browser fails. That includes ChatGPT, YouTube, Facebook, you know, complicated websites. So really, really impressive. I was not particularly in favor of this sort of system, but now I've got this browser working on it. Makes it really usable because I'm not really a game player. People buy this to play games, of course. But I'm pleased to announce today that now Matthew was going to do this, but he's not here. I think he's building systems in the bedroom. I'm pleased to announce today that we've now got a upgrade to the A1200 NG, and it's a plug-in card. Goes in the trapdoor slot of an A1200, and it gives you an Amiga-like system at 1935 MIPS, 101 times faster than the A4000. 18. Yeah, it's silly numbers. It's silly numbers. It's really fast. 2.4 gigahertz processor in there, ARM-based, and it just blows everything away. That's the developer is Andy Broad for Amiga Kit. That's Andy playing on a YouTube video. Take my word for it. Andy's the blues guitarist. We've had him at AmiWest as a speaker 1 year, and he gave us a demonstration of his vocal skills and guitar skills. That's him. Posted that to us yesterday. That is a running YouTube. It can run full screen. It plays anything you throw at it. Now, I just wish we had that on OS 4. So that is the plug-in card for the A1200, for the A1200 NG. Will just plug in through the trapdoor slot and give you all the capabilities of the A4000 NGs. Matthew's calling out the A4000 NG. So, but if you've got an A1200 NG, you're not going to miss out. You plug in your accelerator card and off you go. Now, if you come over there later, I've got this board. It's a new PowerPC motherboard. It was the brainchild of Dave Kuhlman, using the technical genius of Harold Canning. He funded the development of a brand new PowerPC motherboard. 1.4 gigs, overclocked it to 1.6. They have a big heat fan and heatsink. It's not quite as fast as the X1000, but it's good enough. The aim was to create a board that was less expensive. When I say less expensive, I mean it's going to be in the range of 300 to 400 euros, 400 euros. finding now, as you always find out, is that you order from China, you get 25 boards in, and 7 or 8 are dead. And actually the work on making the boards work and getting them up, repairing them and laying them out adds so much more to the cost. Not as cheap as just getting boards from China. So, but I think they'll overcome that problem. And if they do, we're working with them to hopefully deliver a new PowerPC motherboard, lower cost than currently available. It all comes down to cost of repair and maintenance, the cost of support. So fingers crossed on that. Dave's funded it all himself so far. He at Amiga Germany, they had 5 MorphOS systems running on. The good news for OS4 is we now have a new baseline model for the X5000. The CPU uses the same base CPU, 500, thank you, uses the same baseline, and so we think it'll be quite easy to port across. The good news is Harold Canning's already written drivers for OS4, are available on Enhancer, which for the NVMe hard drive, for audio, for other things. So we think the drive issue shouldn't be a problem. It's just the kernel. And Steve Soley, who heads my ExecSG team, has already created a preliminary kernel for the new motherboard. I'm pleased to say that a board is on the way to Steve, and a complete system has already been delivered to Thomas Frieden. So we should be porting ExecSG in the very near future. OS4 will take a little bit more because obviously negotiations have to take place with the 4 period, and we have to decide whether we're running a beta test program like before to get the boards into the hands of a number of OS4 beta testers, so we make sure we have a system that's really robust. So more on that later. But the good news, for me at least, after 6 years of working on this, spending quite a lot of money, finally appear to have multi-core working on PowerPC. And hopefully the little demo, okay? It's a very small demo, a micro demo. But if you remember the last demo we had from Steve Soley during one of the developer conferences, I think ExecSG powered multi-core lasted for about 2 seconds, 3 seconds? Less than 10, okay. So hopefully it's boots, which is good. So we really are. I was really pleased because I found this out on the eve of my presentation in Germany, because I was hoping to have some news. We were hoping to have it for a real demonstration, and I got this email from Steve. I've got it working. It works. I can compile. I can run games at the same time. I can do all these things. It's not totally stable. Made it more stable. Hopefully that's what Bill will show you. So I just wanted to say, look, it's been 40 years of Amiga. Actually, for me, it's been probably 39 years of Amiga, because I was still a Commodore 128D guy at the time until it blew up. It's 16 years of A-EON, believe it or not, and it's 20 years of Amiga Kit. They started before us. Okay? So anyway, I just want to say I really am pleased to be here again. I'm pleased to be talking to you. And if you want to come and talk to me about Amiga stories, share your Amiga stories with me. That would be great. Because who knows, I might even write another book. Hopefully the last slide says not dead yet, but I mean me as well as everything else. Right. Any questions? Any questions? Don't be afraid to ask. Come on. Hi, Mark. There we are, not dead yet.
In all the developments that you're working on, the kernel was the hardest problem to solve.
For the kernel? Well, everyone says it can't be. Yeah. What was the hardest problem to solve for the kernel? Well, everyone said it couldn't be done. It's not possible to make Amiga OS multi-core. That was the first thing. Mind you, I heard from Thomas Frieden that when he first started to port ExecSG from the original exec, he was told you'll not be able to do it. It's not possible. So it's yeah. There's a lot of experts out there who know better than yourself. So that's the reason. So the hardest thing was. Actually timing as well. I mean, these guys have to do other jobs. You know, unfortunately, just working on Amiga doesn't pay for developers. So they have day jobs, and so I think that was probably the hardest problem. Anybody else? If not, we're going to move straight on to Steve Soley, and you can ask Steve all the hard technical questions. Right, Bill?
I forgot to wire.
Have you lived here in the States or did you come over?
I moved to Japan a few months ago.
Okay.
I still have a home base in Boston.
Okay.
So we're home for the course. I'm gonna maintain the citizenship.
That's weird. Okay. You can hear me, right, Steve? Can you nod? Yeah, okay. I forgot to set this part up. I just literally forgot about it. Thinking. Just give me 1 second, and I'll get Steve on the display there. Matthew is supposed to talk for a few minutes as well. No, it's fine. It's a problem arriving in the morning. I'm going to turn this off for just a second, and I'll make this work. so you can entertain the people with Canadian jokes.
I can. He's gone.
Where's the video? Where's the video?
I'm trying to get Steve on.
Yeah. There's,
Have it on. Hello. Have it on either speaker.
don't put it on there. That's on YouTube. Okay. Oh, brilliant. I'll give it back to.
Testing, testing. 1, 2, 3. Ah.
My bacon.
Ooh, I should get.
There now.
Ooh. Ah,
There he is.
nice. Hello, hello. Anybody at home? Testing 1, 2, 3. Oh, something works. Super duper. Ooh, I love
Can
feedback.
you hear me, Steve?
I can hear you,
Okay,
Bill.
give me a second. This might work.
Okay,
Testing. Say stuff.
I will say
Can you
stuff.
speak, Steve?
Oh my goodness. Yes, I am speaking right now.
Okay, I just need a second to get the audio working from the computer. Give me a second.
Yep.
Uh,
Oh, I like that new shirt that
picture.
Trevor has there.
Audio output.
That's a nice shirt.
Is mixer.
Open mixer.
Output device. Okay, try now, Steve.
Try talking, you mean? I am talking.
Anybody hear
Here I
him?
go. Testing.
Are you there, Steve?
Testing, testing. I am here. Yes. I am talking. I am talking. There we go. Testing 1, 2, 3. There. Oh, there goes Matthew.
Try now, Steve.
There's Chris. Uh-huh. I'm still here. I can hear myself echoing a tiny bit.
Testing 1, 2. So that's
Okay,
down.
testing.
Okay, hold on.
Testing.
I think we can hear you, Steve.
Okay.
Okay. Sorry, everyone.
You can hear me? Yay!
I totally forgot about that. Okay, so people here can see Steve. People
I can
online
see some people.
might be able to see you, I'm hoping, and they might be able to hear you.
Maybe. Let me see. It says it's clear. Oh, that's good. Dave says it's working. I think you got it, Bill.
Testing. Okay, yeah. I'm hoping I do. You can hear me when I talk. We can hear you
Yes.
when you talk.
Good.
So why don't we go ahead and get started?
Okay. What is the video? Is that me with a big giant head?
Yes, you are a giant head.
Okay. All right. All right.
Modoc.
I am Modoc. Yes. Let me know when to go, Bill.
Go.
Oh, okay. Okay. How do I share the slide thing? Are you going to hit a button on your end?
And I'll have to switch that locally. I'll figure that out in a minute. So just talk without
Okay.
slides for the people in the room.
Talk without the slides. All right. All right. Well, first off, yes, I'm Stephen Soley. I try to look after the ExecSG team, and we recently had a nice breakthrough on the multi-core kernel, like Trevor alluded to earlier, and we've been working hard on it the last. Has it been 2 weeks since Germany, or 1 week? Anyway, a little while, and made more improvements to stability. It's still not ready for prime time, but I was able to last night, or no, yesterday afternoon. Sorry, last night was Halloween. So anyway, I was able to boot up my multi-core kernel and create a test program, and on there with the editor, Cygnus head, all that good stuff, and test it on there, no problem. So didn't have any issues, and that was with the multi-core kernel. So very nice. And that's on a 2-core kernel. And I've been making more and more improvements ever since. Yeah, so that's the situation. I wanted to show a couple slides once Bill is able to. Oh, and I have a Merari board, by the way. I point at it. So there you go, in case anyone was wondering. It did show up, Trevor, when? Thursday. Thursday it showed up. I don't know, Bill, did you get my slide up yet? Or is he hacking at it?
I'm hacking on it. I haven't
Okay,
done
okay.
this with Video Ninja before. I can do it.
Uh-oh.
I just did it now. But we're getting a little bit of extra audio, so I got to figure out how to kill that.
Could be coming through your stuff.
Yeah, as long as there's no picture, as long as they're.
Yeah, I have.
So they
all
can
my
see
stuff.
the slides now, Steve. Everyone online can
Excellent.
see them, but the people local can see the slides.
Okay, good enough. So, like I just said, many kernels. Oh yeah, and I released a ton of kernels for beta testing too. Any beta testers? There's lots of beta testers in the room there. I could see, and all over the world have been hacking it out and reporting back mixed results, but mostly positive. So that's good to hear. I like that. I wanted to point out the X5000 is based on a PowerPC A5500 core. That's very important. Next slide, please, Bill. Or maybe I have to do it. Sorry, I'm used to having. Where are we? There we go. Run on core demo. Oh yeah. That's what we were gonna try this, Bill. I don't know how you want to pull that off, but
Yeah, hold on. I had to step away from the reboot. Give me a second.
that's okay. So yeah, this is that little program I wrote yesterday. And the important thing I want to point out about the little program is there was no special code required other than one tag where I said run this on core 1 versus core 0. So for developers, that's a huge advantage because you don't have to learn a brand new API or anything. You can just use exactly the way it always was. So there's nothing to worry about there.
Okay.
I was pleasantly surprised how easy it was, actually.
Well, if it works.
If it works. Well, I mean, to write it, it was.
Okay, the X5000 is booting here, and I'm going to tell it to boot off of my multi-core partition. I don't know if you're going to be able to see this, Steve, in Canada.
That's okay. I don't need to see it. I know what it looks like.
I don't think your eyesight is quite that large. And for the people in the room, I'm going to have to jump over to on the projector. So I got a few things to maneuver to make this work. Let's see.
I do not know how Bill keeps it all straight.
I don't, actually.
Well, there you go.
That's the trick.
Go with the flow. Oh, and the Mirari actually came with some nice stickers and a backplate. Look at that, a backplate.
Yeah.
I know.
Well, I don't know why it's doing this. Give me a second here. Okay. Weird. So when I plugged you into the device, it destabilized the video directly into the board. So the folks online are looking at it from the projector here. So this is running the multi-core, as we talked about. It is fresh and it is fragile. And so what Steve did for us is he created a little program that just spawns a simple task on the other core and exits. So I'm going to run this command ExecSG client core stat, I believe. And what it's showing us here, and this is a X5000 20, so it's a 2-core system. You can see you've got core 0 is up and core 1 is up. The number to look at is the total calls right under where it says core 1. So that is the process count on core 1. And you'll notice for core 0, there's a lot of calls that have happened because it's running the operating system, booting, and everything like that. So Steve put together this minimal program. rock.c. So this is a very, very basic piece of code, as Steve was talking about, where it basically generates some random numbers, and when it launches, it uses the exec tag to migrate or to run? Run on core. Is it moving it to core 1 or is it running it on core 1? I think it runs it on core 1, the way you wrote it. So basically, here it is. Create task tags. Core 1 is declared. And so when this thing executes, it executes on the other core. So we're going to run this rock demo. So it does that job. Hopefully the machine... Oh, it crashed. I didn't open Notepad before last time. Darn it! Shoot. I did it like 10 times last night, and it was totally fine. It is almost ready. Darn it. Shoot. So, you mentioned that you used Claude to help you write it. Can you talk about how AI helped you get this far? Is that what the invoice to Trevor says, that you did it all yourself? Port animal you're talking about there? Coding duck? Any cricket. I resized the stupid window and it crashed again. I know, it's demo gods. Darn it. I know, it's painful. Worked at home. You could share, if you could share your screen, you could show it. Sorry about that. In terms of the Core 0 stability, I was able to open SketchBlock, and images. The background was created in SketchBlock on this machine in multi-core mode running. Obviously, there's bugs to iron out, but it has gotten the 0 core stability has gone very, very, very high from what it had been. It's just, you know, as you say, it's not ready for multi-core alpha testing just yet. Yeah, and did nothing. Like, just it would die for fun. It would just suicide. Okay. Yeah. It's just being shy today. It doesn't want to. No, I'm not going to resize this time. Or.
The intercore communication is the most difficult to get right.
Oh my God! Now Raucous is crashing out the gate. I don't know what's going on. It's demo. It's demo vibes. It was absolutely working. I think the exact same stuff. Open two windows, drag them over, run the commands, and now it's not working. Shoot. I don't know.
So you have the entire show to show off anyway.
That's fair. It's just annoying because it does work. I don't know if anybody's going to believe us, Steve, but it does actually work.
I feel embarrassed. That's okay.
Yeah.
I'm used to the abuse.
Yeah, you get a lot of it. There's a lot of haters out there gonna hate. Isn't that a song? Haters gonna hate.
A lot of haters. A lot of haters.
Yeah.
Haters gonna hate.
Wanted to be as fast as a Prey computer.
Sorry, I mean we cooked it last night. So we tried. Well, let me give it one more try.
One more shot.
One more shot.
Then it's fine. You'll learn about Mariah.
Yeah. Yeah, I think people should know the Mirari is an interesting product because it's actually, you said quad core, right?
Yes.
So we're going to have a 4-core system as opposed to 2 or 8, which is the X5040. With the technical implementation, do you think there's going to be any challenges enabling this on the A1222 or the X1000?
Yes, yes. The 12, they both have different cores. So
In
you
architecture.
have to do your basics again. Like the granule, which you share between cores, might be different, and the cache sharing will be different. So it's going to be a little bit
It's pretty much
tricky at first.
Well,
But we do
hopefully,
have the basics down now.
well, hopefully Claude will be able to help you with those parts, right? That's the value of it. Troll through this expansive documentation set and tell me what's going on. Give it a second to settle. CPU usage has come down. I think I was just too aggressive on the timing here. I'm just going to run rock. Okay, and it exited. Okay, now I'm going to run the ECC client. Run it all serial. There it goes. 9 calls. We got 9, so I'm going to run rock again. So it's saying hello from the other core. And then I run ECC client. 17 calls. So it's kind of hard to see. It's in the upper corner. But it is doing it. It is actually spawning a task on the other core, and it's writing it back, and it's working. But if you use this machine and like, if I fire up AmiPDF, of course now it's going to blow up. But I tried this last night. I loaded up your presentation that you were showing here. And it's working just fine. So overall system stability is in pretty good shape. So I'm running your presentation locally, running on core 0, obviously. It's just that multi-core demo is being a little persnickety for us. Last year, it would get 10 seconds and it would just die. Like nothing would work. So core 0 performance is stable, which means we can start to move forward on actual multi-core. Okay, any questions for Steve? Paul's got one in the back. I'll repeat it.
Will the kernel eventually auto-switch tasks to various cores run?
So Paul's question is around the scheduler. Can you talk about what the capabilities are going to be in the scheduler that you're thinking about?
Yeah. Well, it's going to have the usual kind of automatic core switching capabilities that you'd expect. But we're going to have to be careful with it because Amiga OS, it's got a lot of special legacy stuff, and I suspect we'll end up with a blacklist or a whitelist or something to say, no, this program never runs on core 1. Everything else, or core 10, right? Everything else is on core 0 is fine. Right? So that's what we're going to aim for.
Yeah, that would be my expectation, is extend compatibility prefs with core capabilities. Like you might find an application that can tolerate 2 cores but not 8 and things like that, which is what compatibility prefs is for.
Yeah, we have the same thing on the 16K emulator.
Yeah, but it is going to be fun when the emulator gets multi-core energized too, so you can run multiple 16K applications that are fair and all those fun things. So we're getting closer to that, which is great. So Chris Collins is asking around, it's a couple different things to tease out. He mentioned the word threads, but my understanding of Amiga OS is it doesn't really have threads. It's more tasks. It's tasks, right? Yeah, I mean, it's similar, but it's not. Right, so I guess the question is, with when an application... Right. So you're talking about one task operating on multiple cores? Yeah. Okay, so the question is, if I have 2 user space tasks making executions, does kernel always run locally on 0 or whatever library or kmod underneath it? So is it symmetrical or asymmetrical is Chris's question. Does that make sense?
Asymmetrical, yeah.
Well, which is what you want. You want as much distribution of core of tasks and threads across. Well, no, but I'm saying in general, you want things to migrate, and you want them to dynamically migrate between cores. Symmetric. So you're saying it's asymmetric, Steve?
Yeah, it's going to be mostly asymmetric, right? Sometimes, like you can actually choose with the current API underneath the covers. You can say, is this task going to wander around, or is this task going to favor cores group? You could edit like this.
Good question. Should ask that later. Any other questions? Okay. I think Trevor wants to show something.
You saw the Merari board behind Steve. Here's the actual board. So if you want to come and see it, it'll be on the A-EON stand. If you want to come and see the Merari board, it'll be available on the A-EON stand. The new Power PC motherboard.
Yep. Okay. I don't remember what time it's 11:14. Apparently there's a secret video, so we'll show the secret video. We can do that. Steve, I think we're going to let you go. So thank you very much for being our dial-in guinea pig. We have another presentation. Oh, they're clapping this time. Last time, I think they were throwing tomatoes.
Yeah, well, you know, if something runs for 2 seconds, it's not very exciting.
Exactly. Okay, there's the laptop. Okay. Better if I can play it on this machine. Using like YT Rex will play. If you have a URL,
The URL for
I guess everything seems to be 3.0.
because that is not connected to the stream bit, so it can't stream the PC. Okay. So, give us a second here. Let me figure out how to do this.
It was like a car. Can I take the photo? Approved by the original.
It's got Ferrari in it.
Steve is still here.
Approved. All right.
Okay, Steve, hang up. Go away.
Goodbye.
Bye, Steve. I was getting an error that we don't have enough bandwidth, so maybe running a couple of live video streams in and out was a little heavy for the server. Why don't we do this? We'll do 2 different shows. Maybe, and I will try to get the audio right here, and then we can run it there. And so within like 10, 15 seconds of each other, it should be okay. But that's the only way I can think of off the top of my head. I think we're still transmitting now. What is the URL? Okay, go ahead. I'm going to put this down so I can type this in.
So is there any of those?
Type it in there.
that would actually use so that's not tied in. I mean, normally, spend more time building tests.
To I'll use Robert's camera to pick it up, and the audio should flow just like Steve's did. So we're gonna just run this on this laptop real quick. I also have that. Yeah, I think you can go ahead and just play it, and the audio should come out, and you can get the video song in the stream, so it should just work.
Five different architectures, right? And all new, different kernels on all of them. That was part of the thing. One of the Wi-Fi drivers.
So this is a video about the forthcoming A4000 NG, which is the next product after the 1200 NG. That's we've got planned for next year, so this will be coming out next year. This is the system software that's just been completed, so it's a very rough cut of the system software. But this video gives you an overview of what the 4000 NG can actually do. Well, you're talking, aren't you? So this is a preview of the new system software for the 4000 NG, which is the next system which is coming out next year. This is a rough cut of the first system build, and gives you an overview of the power of the system and the features that are on the 4000 NG. So I'll run the video now so you can have a look at it.
That Roku uses a lot of C++.
That was good. Not sure what's going on with the audio there, but so that is an exclusive video for AmiWest showing the next generation NG product from A-EON, Amiga kit. At this point, I forget what's next. Let me open up my browser here. I do have one last little thing to show. Okay, good. The next thing is lunch. Lunch is great. We like lunch. Give me a second. I have one more thing I want to show, and then we are going to take a break till 1 o'clock when Carl is going to be presenting to us. Let me see if I can make this work for us here. That'll give me time to actually get things up and running. I got here at 9 o'clock this morning. So have an abbreviated setup schedule. Oh, dear Lord. One last little thing. As you know, AmiWest is powered by sponsors. One of our sponsors has sent a video. So I'm going to get this teed up here. And let me switch the projector. So I'm going to run this quick video from an AmiWest sponsor, and then we're going to jump to lunch. Who's that? Okay, here we go. Let's see if it works. As I said, quick video. Okay, we're going to take a break till 1 o'clock. Carl will be back. Carl brought a couple box of giveaways for those who attend his talk. He wouldn't need to do that. People are going to listen to you anyway, Carl, but we greatly appreciate the freebies. So thanks, everyone. We're going to take a break for about an hour and a half, and then we're going to come back. Okay. So I don't know why the audio from computers is not doing what it's supposed to do. It makes zero sense here. So I got to work on that because I don't know how much of the last couple videos people heard online. I gave the control room that camera. So instead of pulling it off of USB, I could probably grab it that other way, the solo link. Mr. LD, how are you? I think that PDF was just 600 DPI or whatever. Like, I can. But the point is, I think if we had just saved it, like, on a PowerPoint and clipped images, not using like giant images. Carl's presentation, when I tested it, was equally graphic heavy, but it was fine. So I think it was like something in that file that he just needed to clean up. Agreed. It's good. Yeah, LD's here, saying hi to LD, Mr. Stevens. Let's see. So I think we had a little bit of trouble on the stream. I had some drop frames, which of course is not great. I'm not exactly sure where those had come from, but that's a thing that can happen. Let me figure out how to get the video set over to myself. Unfortunately, I can't share a GoPro webcam, and you can only have one on a system. I can't share it between apps, so I had to give it to the Video Ninja stuff. But I think here's the director solo. So I think I can actually run that over this way and go to broadcast booth. Add a new browser source. I need to get my glasses from the car. Grab those yet this morning. Okay, I'll take that. That works. Doesn't look great. It's all wrong, but okay, what you guys are seeing now is a camera that I can control. Fortunately, the USB cable is a little bit short, so I wanted to swap that out so that I could move that a bit. I've run out of USB ports on my PC, unfortunately, because we're using a lot of capture and whatnot, and I have an old computer here. The show is kicking pretty hard. As I said, we've got Carl at 1 p.m. This is all on the online on the AmiWest website. We've got Jason presenting his Ami PCI project at 3. And then I'm going to walk around and talk to exhibitors on a mobile rig starting at 3:30 Pacific time. And I'm going to spend a little bit more time to clean up my broadcast booth and get things a little bit better. I rolled in here at 9 a.m. and started dorking around with the future wall a little bit. So I cut my time down in terms of getting the setup here, which is why I forgot to get the mobile rig working so that the people locally could see and hear Steven. So I've got some work to do. I'm not going to abandon you guys. I was hoping I could use the Hollyland, but as I found out earlier, when I plugged in the Hollyland, it just completely took over the whole audio of the machine. Let me see what properties says here. And that was not expected. So apparently they're not compatible, but that's okay. I brought it for the mobile rig. It won't be plugged in here. But as I said, I need to spend a little time and get the mobile rig ready to rock and roll. I have a few tricks up my sleeve that I'm going to try to implement, like being able to go out into the exhibitor space and actually be able to connect into people's systems and push that back into the stream, both video and audio, maybe, if I get lucky. So as people are talking about what they're showing, I can show you physically, but also potentially do some screen grabbing as well. So I'm going to take a couple-minute break. I don't really have too much content here. I think, see what I've got. I remember last year, or a couple years ago, I had run some AmiWest content. Oh yeah, we got stuff. I've got let's see, the 2008 banquet video. I've got Bill McEwen from 2002. And I also have the Carl interview that we did in 2006. So I don't know if that would be fun. I'll look at the chat here and get some feedback. Testing 1, 2. Testing. Testing 1. I need to reboot. I switched from the sound. Okay, I think I'm back. Yeah, hey man, how's it going? I need a few minutes. I will. Okay. So you should be able to see and you should be able to hear. I have a new working theory. I've got a Radio Shack mixer from a while back, like I don't even know, 20 years. It's probably been to 80-90% of the AmiWest shows in the history of AmiWest shows, and I think it has finally died. So I'm going directly out of the mixing board into the PC. In the olden days, I used to actually run a sub-channel so I could have a private conversation with the stream without broadcasting, but I know the board a little bit better, so I don't exactly need to do that anymore. So I'm directly in. Hopefully this starts working. I obviously want to get everything ready for Carl. I need to fix that. Okay. Stream's back. I got a couple more tricks. Let me bust out the boundary mic. I don't know if you guys remember what a boundary mic is. So a couple years ago, I had this thing called a boundary mic, and it's amazing. It's a microphone specifically designed to pick up like background noise. So you put them on the edge of the stage, get footsteps and things like that. I busted out my boundary mic a while ago, and I think I got it working again. So what this does is it allows me to put in a little bit of the din of the show, but not loud, but so that when the stream is idle, the listeners at home can still hear stuff. So you put it on the floor, and hopefully it doesn't get head stomped while it's down there. Turn it on. I only have one battery. I 3D printed the battery cover that we're using because many years ago I lost the battery cover, which is kind of why I stopped using it. But I was able to rip out a 3D printed version. So let me get this thing running. And if it works, like I said, there'll be this nice light din in the background of audio. So even when I'm not talking or when things get quiet, from a speaker perspective, you'll still be able to hear, but we won't get like, you know, nasty feedbacks and all those types of problems that can occur. Okay, that's seated. I'm going to bring this in as input 5. I'm going to bring that up. Okay. Nope. Well, doesn't seem to be working, which is sad because it worked at home. When I tested it at home, it was fine. Working here? Nope. Not the AmiWest way. Got a few minutes before I'll switch over to get Carl energized. Energize. Energize the Carl. And the audio looks like it died again. Oh, might be back now. Hard to tell with this whether it's working or not because I'm looking at the audio mixer inside OBS and it does appear to be reading it, but every now and then it stops reading it. So we might have some additional audio troubles in the future, my friends. And if that occurs, I do apologize. Okay. Well, this microphone has also been a little bit off. Testing, 1, 2, 3. Testing. Okay. That appears to be working properly. It's the Holly better. Okay. Let me see if I can get the other monitor up and running so I can get a real-time monitor of the YouTube chat. Testing one. Testing one. That's a little. Testing 1 2. Testing 1 2. Okay. Funny, audio is always the hardest. All this stuff is getting the audio right, recorded. It's So you said you have an SD card? Yeah, let's get. Okay. Solace. Let's work. Not as bad. Trevor. X5000 PowerPC. I thought about doing. I prefer working. We'll take our wins, get them. Oh, 100%. I mean, it's a texture PowerPC. Not new or fast. Testing. This is a test. Why? Level. That's pretty loud. Put a lag on the knob. That up. That doesn't do anything. Okay, we're all different. Okay. So you guys should be able to hear me pretty well at this point. I'm going to back that down up a bit more. Looking for an audio check from the interweb. See if you guys can hear me as we get ready for Carl and his presentation. Okay. That's super frightening. That should be working. Audio keeps dropping out. That's really weird. It should not be dropping at this point. Got decent levels. What is There we go. Weird. Okay, Bill. Ah, that's why. That would make sense. Okay, that's working. Working. Turn that off. I'm getting my scenes set up here so I can switch various GoPro died. Man, that GoPro, super unreliable. Cable. Okay. Save that for this evening. It is not going to work for us. So let's go to plan B on the GoPro. I'm going to be talking myself while I'm doing this and would love to know if the audio drops. I'm going to do some more plugging here. And if the audio drops out, then I've got a bigger problem. But it's looking stable on my side, meaning that I'm watching the input on the mixer and it looks correct. But if that changes, if you guys stop hearing me, I want to know. I basically took my, like I said, my 1998 Radio Shack mixer out of the path, and we seem to be in a better spot. So it's pretty reasonable to think that blew up. Oh, my car key came back. Thank you for not selling that. I'm sure you did. That was Mr. Evangelos, who's been helping me out a whole bunch. Can't do this without all the help. We have, of course, we have sponsors here at AmiWest. I don't really have a camera anymore. Sorry, guys. Let me get this plugged in. Sponsors here at AmiWest that make this show happen. We love them. Buy from them here. Buy from them online. Let them know that you support the AmiWest show and you want to have them come and talk to us or come and present to us. All of those different things are always highly welcome and appreciated by the folks that come. I would say this year's a little light versus years past in terms of attendance. I am seeing some new faces, though. A lot of old faces, but some new faces. I suspect as we get closer to 1 o'clock, we'll get a few more people with Carl presenting. But of course, I'm always torn. I like doing the online broadcast so everyone can see. But the problem with the online stuff is it means you don't have to come. So it's a little bit of a double-edged sword there for me. I gotta admit, you know, I want more people here to support the show and enjoy and everything. But if I do such a good job on the broadcast that nobody bothers to show up, that's not so great either. But that's not that big of a deal at the end of the day. We know a lot of people aren't going to get in their cars and drive over for an Amiga show. I mean, the ones that do is, we could use the word special. You can apply that however you want, any kind of specialness, whether it's short bus special or warming the heart special. Mike, it's good to see you again. Nice shirt, looking sharp. Mike Sakak is wearing his Amiga 40th shirt. What's that? Good. I am wired up, so don't give me your bank password. That's not going to go well. Yeah, we're getting there. I rolled in this morning at like 9 a.m. And so, you know, getting a little caught up in terms of wiring and getting all this Jimmy Jam working. But we're getting close, I would say. The way things are going. It's good. You know, I can't complain about work. It's pretty good. All that good stuff. You know, I mean, I guess I could complain if you want me to. But I don't need to complain. No, it's good. It's good. Kids are doing great. We had Halloween last night. Ton of fun with the little ones running around, and my youngest, who is 6, was super excited about Halloween this year. I mean, like, he was hardcore. We get there at 5:15, and he just beat, like, we're not even out of the car, and he's like running to go trick-or-treating. He's so excited by it. he ended up, you know, I'm trying to instill the wisdom of ages here. I'm like, little guy, you know, what you should do is like do one side of the street up and then do the other side back down. And he just went zigzag. And then he got tired, so on the way back, he only went down one side. So he hit like 30% of the houses twice. He had a massive haul of candy. It was impressive. I have a photo of it somewhere. Excuse me. Yeah, man. We're going to have Carl tell us his view of the world. That's going to be pretty freaking interesting. Yeah. Yep, trying to get all ready. I think I'd get filleted if I didn't get this done. Thanks, man. We can catch up more later. I appreciate it. Mike Sikak, one of the original Amiga developers, stumbled into it a little while ago, showed up at the Amiga 40th. Super helpful guy. You know, best laid plans. Let's do the Amiga 40th. Okay, we have to set all this stuff up. Okay, show up and just hope people help to do it. And they do. You know, we talk about the Amiga community and how valuable and how friendly everyone is, and it's so true. I've definitely been a beneficiary of just tons and tons and tons of support. People helping me get this stuff done. So, much appreciated. Okay. My throat's getting a little parched here from all the chitter chatter. Uh-oh. That's not good. What the heck is going on there? Screen's flashing. What is this? What is this? Is it power? Okay. What was that all about? Okay, no go on the second monitor. That's too bad. Too much. Too much, too much, too much. Okay, I had to kill the secondary monitor. Sorry, guys. Went bonkers here. Now the chat window's orphaned somewhere else. Ditch that GoPro. Try to bring this back in. You get a mouse pad too. Tablecloth is moving around. Sorry, guys. What do we got? 15 minutes. I think we'll be there. I think we'll get there. And then tonight, to make things fun, we're going to be going off-site for our banquet. So I got to tear a bunch of stuff down, transport it over to Banquet Town. I don't care. Cares about any of that. Oh boy. Okay, there we go. Whew. Now we have video. So I just brought in another HDMI source. Much better than before. So I've got the presentation system up and working. I've got the Audience up and working. Bernardo's camera, not powered on at the moment. That stuff is all working. I've got this fun thing where we can cut and see the presentation of Carl at the same time. People are starting to filter in. I can go to my speaker scene. I can enable Carl. I can bring Carl in here. So I got Carl's lower third working. The audio seems to be working well. Correct me if I'm wrong, friends. So I don't chat. Okay, let me see if I can get chat up and running, guys. Sorry about that. I think it's sitting on the other monitor. How to fix. There we go. I got you back now. Okay, chat's in. Stats are in. Okay. Okay, so we should be good here. On. And this monitors would be better. Loading, loading, loading. Chat, chat, chat. Hey. Hey, Mark, good to see you. How you doing, man? We're getting there. Got a little more work to do to get everything perfect, but I think we'll get there. No, I think I'm good right now. Just need a minute. No, I appreciate that. You are useful, but right now I think I've got a handle on it. Maybe. Maybe. I don't know. Yeah, you know, we just keep plugging away year after year after year, and no, that's great. To come to something that her dad has come to? Wow. That is bonkers. I'll give you that. I don't know about that. No, that's awesome, dude. I love that. Oh, this would be helpful. I'm trying to get. No, I actually have not seen Dale. That is a great point. I hope Rose makes it. I don't know. I haven't. I'm not sure. Okay. A little too far out. What's that? A crow. Gotcha.
Weird angle.
Yeah. I know. We were up in.
Supposed to be. That was the plan.
Yeah, because it does this, and the further you get out, it just gets further apart.
Right.
Like you have to cut through
You wanna
neighborhoods
go
to get back
from
down.
Folsom, where I lived, to Auburn. All surface.
Oh, interesting. Interesting. I'm looking for one adapter here. I should have it. Yeah, thanks, man. I am hunting for adapters. Yes.
Oh, I dropped my back.
I'd imagine. I imagine you probably. I completely believe that. This is getting close. I need 1/4 inch to 1/4 inch. A 1/4 inch coupler. It might be in here. I think we're good. I know I had one at some year. Yeah. That's Hank. That's hokey. Where'd those adapters go? Joe, Jerry, yeah. Okay, I'm gonna take my mic down, boys, so that Jerry can talk. Hold on. This is on channel 2 now. Okay. Testing 1 2. Test 1 2.
Attention. Attention. Everyone. Hello, everyone. Can I have your attention?
Strippers. Strippers.
Paint strippers. Ladies and gentlemen, can I have your attention, please? We have a special announcement to make. Bill has a birthday today, so we just wanted to celebrate Bill and all the work he does. We've had this very special baker flown in to create some beautiful cupcakes for Bill. But before we let you have a cupcake, I believe we have to sing a song. And Jerry is the one who's good at singing.
Hi, everyone. As you all know, our schedule this year was a little bounced around. We have Aftershock here in Sacramento that bumps us. We didn't want to compete with the German Amiga show because we all know that's huge, and we wanted to get everyone here that we could get here. And we bumped around and we landed on Bill's birthday. We pulled him away from his family to come here, and we really appreciate everything he does. He's been a cornerstone of the show for just forever, and I think that we wanted to give you a birthday cake, and now we have to sing. So everyone, happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Bill. Happy birthday. Thanks, Bill. All right, everyone, there's cupcakes here. If you haven't completely stuffed yourself with pizza, please feel free to come by, get a cupcake, raise your blood sugar level, have a good time. Don't go in any diabetic comas. We don't have a health plan for that.
Here, let's.
Test, test, test. Okay, okay, I see it. All right. All right, yeah, yeah. Where's your speaker so I don't walk in front of them? The other way back there. Okay, okay. All right, be good, good, good. Yeah. Yeah, yeah, I might have to hold it up a little bit more close. Oh, I'm going to take this out of my pocket in case things you can take care of it. Okay. Test, 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 test. Okay, yeah. Yeah, let me leave something in that seat. Or, okay, all right. Test, 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 test. Test, 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 test. Test, test. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Got it? You know RF pretty well if you know that trick, yeah. Yeah, yeah. Well, it's funny, all these new Wi-Fi tricks for knowing someone's in a room. All of us old ham guys know that from way back. The radio frequency people are used to their oscillators drifting when someone walks in the room. Remember those days? Okay. All right. Not sure this microphone's going to be loud enough. Might just pick it up and hold it. You got it? You got it there? You got it on your side? I'll go with this, if that's all right. Yeah. Or is it going to be too bursty? I'll hold it to the side. Yeah. This is, all right. We're going to start the talk now. This is a history of Amiga that you have never heard before. So if you're interested, this is a one and done. It's the only time it's going to happen. And I thought that I'd get started by saying, you know, over the years you've been seeing the Boeing demo, you know, the Boeing story, you know, and hearing about how Boeing came to be. And you know, Boeing's cool and everything, but underneath all that is the multitasking kernel. And this is what that story is about, is where that kernel came from. And then kind of what happened after that. Where did it go? Why was the original Amiga DOS so crappy? You know, those kinds of things. So that's the full story, and that's what I want to tell today. Here. Oh, being Halloween. Hey, Dale, check it out. Did you even know these pictures existed? I found these when I was going through a pile of photos. Yeah, those are great, aren't they? Is that 83 or 84, do you think? Yeah, yeah, that's sweet. I agree.
Testing 1, 2.
Okay, switching microphones. All right, so you can see Dale in this photograph here, and two people that need to be recognized right off the bat, Jay Miner and Bob Pariseau. And a lot of people don't know of Bob Pariseau much. Bob was the head of the software development. So he was VP of software at Amiga Computer. And he's the one that put together the team. He's the one that hired me, hired Dale, hired the software team, and he was an incredible guy. I had a lot of respect for what he accomplished in Amiga, and he doesn't actually get enough credit. And if you're wondering what's this big black thing, that's the foam bat that's so famous for the Boeing sound on the metal door. So advance here. So what I'm going to talk about is the timeline, which starts out way before Amiga. This concept of a microkernel was new back then. If you are familiar with older computers, the 64, Commodore 64, and Atari, and all those other machines, they didn't really have a concept of an operating system. Yeah? More? Louder? Is that better? Okay, I'm getting a signal to be louder. All right. I'll do it like a rock and roll singer. I'll hold it right in front. All right. So microkernel was a new concept, and that was something that came over to Amiga through my background, and I'll be mentioning how that happened. And then, you know, there was a point where I left Amiga and went off and worked for the enemy. I went and worked for Apple, and it was cool because they had so much money compared to Commodore. And then came back to Amiga and did a few projects, and there's history there. I'll go through it in detail. There it is. So long ago, so I've done this full arc now in my life, and it's funny how, you know, your life is like a river, you know, where you get caught in these streams that carry you different places. And long before Amiga, I worked in television, and I worked my way up, you know, through all the different parts of being cameraman, a loader, technical director, and finally directing the 6 o'clock news when I was still very young. And it came to a fork in my life. I wasn't sure if I wanted to go on and get involved in technology or film. So that was my choice at a young age. Which direction do I go? I loved them both. So I went off to a university. It's right up the street here, Davis, and enrolled in the Double E program at Davis. And that was the same time computers were coming along, and they had a computer science, specialty for your Double E degree, which was a really cool addition. And one of the professors that taught the operating system course at UC Davis was a guest lecturer from Hewlett-Packard, Cupertino. And so I took his course, and he came up to me, at the end of the quarter and said, "Hey, you're really good at this operating system stuff. We'd like to, interview you for a job at HP." So I did that interview. I passed and ended up at HP Cupertino down in Sunnyvale, which is now the Flying Saucer. They mowed all those buildings down. Those really nice buildings got bulldozed. So I ended up on the OS kernel team, which were the people designing the HP 3000 kernel. They decided to merge the HP 2000 team and create something called HPE, which stood for Hewlett-Packard Executive, which was the core, kernel of the operating system. And it was at a time when there was a lot being written about making smaller operating systems. Back then, operating systems were large projects, very large. And they kept all these paper listings in a cabinet that would take that entire wall over there. That was the paper listings for the source code to their operating systems. So I introduced this idea that I've been reading about in some of the journals, is microkernel, and making a real small microkernel is message-based, and it could be multi-processor based too. It could be even network-based, where messages would transfer between different kernels, right? So I presented this paper at Pajaro Dunes back in, I guess it's like 82, I suppose. And, well, actually it's 81, I think. And they didn't like it. And I was really surprised because it was a really good idea. It made operating system code a lot easier to maintain. And to build and maintain, made the whole structure cleaner. So I kind of was like crushed by that rejection of my white paper, and I took off and went to the South Pole with HP's blessing. They said, "Sure, take an academic leave of absence and let us know when you get back." So that's what I did. I did physics experiments down at South Pole, upper atmospheric electrical stuff. So ionosphere and all those kinds of things. There's something called a cusp down there. The cusp has all these particles that come spiraling down the cusp, and that's studied heavily. It's a very interesting part of the atmosphere. So when I came back, I went over to HP, and they said, "Hey, we'd like you to come back here." And I was interviewing other places too, and they said, "If you come here, you can do whatever you want." I thought, well, that's a nice offer, because HP back then was different than what HP as today, or even in the last 20 years. HP was the best engineering company in the history of the world. Yeah, here's another HP person over here who agrees with me. No, Dale. Yeah, it's Dale from HP also. I'd forgotten. And they were amazing. And every engineer wanted to work for HP because they were so good to you. And they had like lab stock, like the size of this room. Imagine that all being parts. And when you interview, they say, "Those parts are yours. You can build whatever you want with that stuff. It doesn't have to be for work. It could be for home. It could be for hobby. It could be for your friends. Whatever you want to do, that's your stuff." And that's one of the reasons I went to work there, because I just loved that offer. So I returned to HP with the idea that I could do whatever I want. I found a guy that was up at Stanford who was making this little box called the Sun Workstation. His name was Andy Bechtelsheim. And I said, "Hey, that's exactly what I want, that little bitmap, type box." And he lent me one. I couldn't believe it. So there's 2 prototypes he has just barely working, and he lends me one. I take it back to HP. He has a manual for it that's 3 pages long, okay? That's the API, 3 pages. I got a couple other guys, in my division to help create fonts, icons. There's a little 3-button mouse. Dale knows the mouse really well because it was an optical mouse that he later marketed, and Windows. And we got this thing working pretty well. So it was full, body GUI. So we were kind of inventing the whole GUI style of computing, and we could not convince anyone at HP to build this box. We went all the way up to the top of HP, the president of HP. We gave him a demo, and he said, yeah, HP should make something like this. But then to get that to propagate back down to managers in the sort of the middle of the company was really tough. And what they ended up doing is they started a whole new division that was called the PC division, and they put us in that division. Well, the entire team quit because we didn't want to make PCs. We wanted to make bitmap workstations. So again, rejected, got married. I picked the most beautiful woman in the Bay Area, and I married her, and that was the beginning of that. So we went off on our honeymoon. When we came back, a good friend of mine, who was the best man in my wedding, had interviewed at this place called Amiga Computer. And he said, Carl, you should go interview at Amiga Computer because you would like what they're trying to do. And they're going to make custom silicon to help support this idea of bitmaps. They're going to have Blitter and Copper and all this other stuff. So I said, but you should go interview for the manager of operating system position. So I went down there, and Bob Pariseau interviewed me. We talked for probably 2 hours. He said, when can you start? I said, tomorrow. I'll start right away. This sounds so cool doing this. It's funny because I met Jay early on, but Dave Morris, who was the president of Amiga, he was off on a trip. So I actually never met him, and they hired me anyway. So got to know all the hardware guys fairly well, and then the software team was just coming together. We were waiting for Dale to wrap up what he was doing at HP, and Sam Dicker, I think, or RJ, I think, was still working at Bally or whatever that company was that he was working for. Was 83, August of 83. August 83. I was employee number 28. Yeah, yeah. So this is the environment we worked in. I called it the cave. It was just one room, no windows, dark, really crowded, and we all jammed in there, and we really didn't mind because we all believed in this dream of what the Amiga could become. Personal computing back then really wasn't a thing. There were home computers, so Commodore dominated home computing. Okay, and this is before we merged with Commodore. Okay, we're just a separate little company, and but there was Atari, and of course, Jay Miner came from Atari. He was one of the inventors of the Atari chips. There, and then we all got started, and it was just totally from scratch. It was like there was nothing to start with other than just our imagination and how we build this. One of the things I wanted to point out is there's a wall that you see back there. So we were lucky that this office that we rented had whiteboards on all the walls, so we could do things. And that wall, we ended up putting a diagram of what happens when you press a key on the keyboard to when it shows up on the screen. And that's the entire process, the data and code flow that happens on a multitasking machine that has device drivers for the keyboard, device drivers for the display. I mean, all graphics library for the display, all that kind of stuff. So it starts up here. You can barely see it. There's a finger pressing a key that comes down through here. And what you see in this section here, this is the I/O system of the Amiga kernel. So this is do I/O, send I/O, perform I/O, all those I/O functions that then pass the key along to where it then gets rendered. Fonts get rendered, and then put up onto the screen. So that was done by Kodiak and I. So Kodiak's Bob Burns. He's not here though, right? Did he come? Okay. So great guy, amazing guy. Did the fonts, the printer, all that stuff. A lot of things for yeah. Oh, so why did it say don't turn off that light, Dale? I was wondering so I took all these pictures originally. These are all my own photos. I don't know if Dale's even seen this. It says do not turn off on that light back there. And that's right by your desk. You're just sitting to the right of that. I have no idea why it said that. No, it just pointed against the wall. Maybe so when the lights got turned off, we didn't all fall over each other. That's all I can think of. Yeah. It's like what they put on stage, right? That's right. Yeah, you're sitting right in front of that, aren't you? Your desk is right in front of that. Yeah, that's probably the reason. Yeah, so it's Mike Slifgak, by the way, who's in those photos also. Is labeled Mike, and he's here. We got Dale, we got Mike, got me. Is there anyone else that was in that room? RJ signed up, but he's not here. So, okay. Ron was in the hardware lab, so he was down the hall. So I'm not doing the hardware lab. That's a whole nother talk by someone. So there's the rest of the team right there. The rest of the software team. Yeah. Want to see if you can name some of these people? You know the names of all these people, Dale? Okay, so Sam Dicker. We got Sam over here. Here's Sam Dicker, Bob Pariseau, VP of Software. You got Bob Burns, who's Kodiak. We call him Kodiak because there's so many. Cheryl Gibbons, Cheryl Knowles. She did the, the hand that holds up, for the disc. She's the artist for that. Debbie Minardi, Karen Michael. That's RJ's wife. There's me, Dale. Who's that between us? Is that Neil Caton? That's not Neil Caton, is it? Between the two of us. Here. Neil's not that tall, is he? Yeah. I don't think Neil's in this picture. Yeah. Do you remember who? This is Bart. Okay. Barry and Bart. This is like the president of. It's like, yeah. Oh yeah, Jack Hager. Yeah, for sure. He's the other artist that did a lot of the great art for Amiga, a lot of the posters and things too, and yeah. Over here? Oh, yeah, right here. Terry Sheeta. Oh, is Terry Sheeta? Could be. And then I don't know the woman's name either. Oh, this woman next to Terry. I recognize her. Okay. Yeah, this was taken at a point when I knew I was leaving. Okay, I got the whole company together. I got my camera on a tripod, and I took these pictures. It was, yeah, I think it's kind of mid-'85. Oh, you weren't in there? Okay, yeah, mid-'85. Yeah, I thought I should at least take pictures of the company. I took all the other pictures over there. That point in time, yeah. So the Amiga Exec was unusual for its time. Every other home computer just had ROMs. You entered into the ROM through, address, 3000. You'd go and, that would put a character on the screen or whatever. The Amiga was quite unique in that it used libraries for all of that. The whole design, I was very object-oriented kind of guy. I knew we couldn't use an object-oriented language on this. The only one that's really around was, any serious one was actually Smalltalk, which you really couldn't use for this. This is before C++ and all that happened. And so I took this idea of taking this really small kernel idea, which is concept of a node, right? And letting you link these nodes together in doubly linked lists. I did that first for just messages, and then I realized, oh, now that I've got that, why don't I use that for linking up libraries and keeping lists of libraries? Let's do it for devices. Let's even do it for interrupts. We'll keep lists of interrupts that way. And they all have a name, right? They all have a name field, so it makes debugging really easily. Can you say, show me all libraries, or show me all the devices, or show me all the interrupts? They're also prioritized. They had a priority number in there, so you could, like for interrupts, you may want to have one priority, at a higher level to handle the interrupt before other things. So that's that all came together really well. It had a signaling, which was a super lightweight signaling mechanism, bit-based signaling mechanism, but also had this IPC layer through the messages. So you could do both. So a message could then trigger a signal, and that's how things worked. It's self-configured on boot, and that was a necessity because all of us were working at different parts of the project in the room. So Dale would be down in his corner doing graphics, and I think he actually, one of the first libraries was the graphics library that got put into the structure. And Sam was working on audio, RJ working on other things, and then you'd throw it into the ROM and try to boot it, right? And everything changed size and all this kind of stuff. So rather than hard code that, I actually had exec scan. It scans through memory and it looks for a signature. And if he finds that signature, it then says, this might be a library or a device. And then it adds it to the list. So it did that automatically, which was really a super good, and then it was very fast. and low overhead. And that was necessary because we had game developers that wanted to use this for games. And I thought, if it's slow at all, they're going to blow away the whole operating system. They'll just go right to the hardware. They'll ignore everything. It'll be incompatible. And so it's got to be like zero overhead to convince game programmers to use it. And so that was a tough one, but I think we accomplished it pretty well because almost all the games are friendly to the structure of the operating system. And they still work today, which is amazing. Yeah. So, and that's a date. This is a date. Might be able to find this out there. I could actually. These are the dates that everything happened. So this is when I started working on it. Was in September of '83, and then the first CES was just a hacked up version, and it was table based. The original version of exec was table based, and then I took all that out and put in lists, and then went to another CES, and it's kind of the development of it as things went along. That's just sort of the structure. That's a slide I used for the second developers conference. So one of the funny things about multitasking is everyone knows what it is today. Back then they didn't. Back then no one understood multitasking unless you were a computer science guy or you worked in some computer company or whatever. And I would tell people, oh yeah, we're making this multitasking. It's going to be a multitasking machine. And I got a lot of different reactions. The first one was, what is multitasking? And it wasn't a word like it is today. It wasn't like anyone saying, oh, I'd multitask, and they don't even know where it came from. That word didn't exist in the vernacular. So, and then it was like, well, why do I want it? My dad even, he was like, hey, he had a PC. Oh, why do I want multitasking? I just turn it off, turn it back on, put in another floppy disk, and go switch on. And so it was like, oh, you don't need it. The game, of course, game machines, you don't use multitasking game machines at all, do you? But in this one, you sure did. And of course, home computers don't even need that kind of thing. So, and then is it even possible? You got, 256K. You're really going to do multitasking? And in fact, we were. So that changed things. So now, this thing happened along the way where we hired a company called WSM Group out of Tucson. And they were responsible for writing the file system. And they liked the design of the Unix file system, which I thought, was a decent file system. So, and the API as well, right? And so they decided that they were going to go that route. We sent them machinery. We went and visited them a couple times, and not much was happening. They would give us a little bit of code, barely worked, and it was looking pretty dismal that we'd actually have a file system. So management got worried that we weren't going to make our release date without a decent file system running. It wasn't. What no one knows about is that Neil Caton, who had just finished the disk driver was really slick for the use the blitter to be able to decode the disk, encode and decode the disk. It used the blitter, right? And also used a DMA channel to get it into memory. So it was a really slick piece of code. So the both of us went to Dave Morris and sat down and said, hey, Dave, we're willing to take a month, lock ourselves in a room, and Sydney didn't know this, and just make it happen. Just write it, a decent file system for the Amiga. And he's like, no, we're going to find something else. We can't spare you guys to do that. And it was a management decision. Wasn't, I don't think, the best decision. So one day, this guy Tim King shows up, and he's sitting at Amiga. It's like, hey, what are you doing here? Says, well, I've got a file system that runs on Amiga. I was like, oh, really? How did that happen? Where did you even get the API? Where did you get the Amiga to try it? Well, secretly, someone in management, I'm not even sure who, sent this off to him, and he got it running. And so I'm like, okay, if it's going to run on the Amiga, it has to work with exec, because exec is the base. Everything's written on exec, the basis for everything. It needs to run on the kernel, which was a challenge because for a number of reasons. One is they wrote it on BCP PL, which is a predecessor of the C language, okay? And it's a really kind of weird language. It has a different way of addressing. So it does 32-bit word addressing. It doesn't do byte addressing, which is what the Amiga did, byte addressing. So that meant you had to convert pointers. Anytime you pointed into any Amiga code or pointed back out of Amiga code back into the file system code, you had to convert your pointers, which was really unfriendly. I mean, you'd use macro to do it, but still it was unfriendly. And if you did it wrong, you'd crash, and that was the big problem. The other thing that, so what happened is I actually went and took Tim King over to Saratoga. We locked ourselves in a room over there, and I said, you have got to change your API. It's way too ugly looking. He had something, the open function was called something like initialize input handler or something. Initialize output handler. Those were the names for the open function, right? And I said, let's just use the words that like Unix uses for opening a file. Let's call it open. And he agreed, which I was happy about. So we basically renamed all of his API to make that more friendly. But then he insisted that we needed to cache the floppy, and it was a debatable subject, right? So for performance, you want to cache. But the problem with that is if it's in memory and you pop the floppy out, it's not on the disk. And for a consumer machine, that was a mistake, because most consumers are not going to watch the light on the front of the floppy. They're just going to reach over and pop that floppy out, and that caused massive grief for everyone that used Amigas. And it was very embarrassing to me, because people were like, oh, I destroyed my disk. What can I do? I was like, oh, it's going to be tough to recover. So, yeah, so that was one of the other big downsides. So, project moving along. We release it in Lincoln Center. It was like this wonderful, elegant event. Everyone was there dressed up. RJ and I were like, oh, we've done it. And so that went well. That was a great event, and Commodore treated us really well. And then there's the whole team. So it wasn't just us in software. It really took, and that's a pretty amazingly small team when you think about what we created. So my last job was at Roku. Team was 10 times that size. So it was really quite an accomplishment for its time. Everyone is just so fully dedicated to making that product. So I'm done, and I'm thinking, what am I going to do next? Well, I wanted management to do, so Dale gets a copper, and Dale gets a blitter, and he gets all these DMA channels and everything. He got all the fun stuff, and I don't get anything. I got the 68,000, right? I want to have two 68,000s. I want to have, or two processors. I don't know if Dale remembers this, but I was constantly talking about the transputer. Transputer had just come out, and it's like, oh, see, this can communicate really well between multiple CPUs. And I tell Dale, we're going to make the transputer the next, CPU for the Amiga, next Amiga. So I went to management and pitched that idea. Rejected. Like, they were too busy, and I understand this. They were too busy just trying to get the product out, just trying to get sold, just trying to get manufactured. All the details that go into making and putting a machine on the market were all happening. You want to know who? Martin Shabilsky. Yeah. So Martin said no, and I argued. I came back many times because I said, I don't have anything else to do. I don't see any reason to stick around. I think I'll just take off, and I did. And I didn't have anywhere to go. I wasn't like another job. I just quit. Okay, I'm done. You guys are going nowhere if you don't step up to the next machine. So I was trying to push Commodore and push the Amiga team to the next thing, which later happened with Commodore Westchester. They made a lot of great stuff. So things happened. I got this call. Cindy picks up the phone. He says, "Hey, there's a secretary on the line. Irving Gould wants to talk to you." Now, I know who Irving Gould was. He was the chairman of the board of Commodore, and he was one of the founders of Commodore. And he was out in New York, and he's a very, very wealthy guy. It was important to pick up his call, so I did. He says, "You got to come back." I'm like, well, no, I'm not coming back. But no, you got to come back. Here, talk to Henry Rubin. Henry Rubin was his technical translator that would translate for him anything technical into what Irving could understand. And and so I won't go into the whole conversation, but it comes down to Irving then says, "Hey, give me your bank account number. Tell me how much money you want to see in your bank account. What do you want deposited in the bank account?" So I'm like, what could I say? I mean, could I say $1 million? This is quite the offer, to do this. And I was stupid, and I should have done it, because I think I could have maybe fixed some of the things that were wrong with the DOS. But yeah, I resisted. I said no. I didn't even have another job. It wasn't like I was making money somewhere else. I just felt like it was beyond me. So a few months, my wife was supporting me. Yeah, she was working at HP, so I guess there was a job on the panel. She was an engineering manager. Yeah, good job. Thank you for pointing that out, honey. Yeah, makes it look a little bit easier. Yeah. So Sam Dicker had this great project going on at Apple Advanced Technology Group, and he recruited me there. And then in the meantime, I had met with Bryce and Nesbitt, who had taken over exec, and we did this like mind meld. And like we went in a separate room at a conference, and we spent 3 hours just mind melding. And he was the perfect guy to take over exec. I was so happy that Commodore had hired him. I felt it was in great hands. It wasn't going to get destroyed by somebody who didn't understand, critical sections or any of that stuff. So that was the same time that I eventually then moved out. My first son was born. Our first son was born. We decided to get out of the kind of the racket down there in Silicon Valley. We moved up to Mendocino County, bought some property, built a house, and the phone rings again. It's Irving, and he says, "Hey, we're trying to sell Amiga into Canada, and they require the logo programming language. So we don't have a logo programming language, so we can't sell Amiga into Canadian schools." And I'm like, oh, okay, well, I had been working with a guy to do this Amiga logo thing. It had flopped. He was in Los Gatos, and he had a lot of problems with his company, and it never happened. So I sat down and took about probably less than a year and created Amiga logo. And this, if you never used this, it was a really great product. I wrote the manual as well as the software, and I wanted it to work really well because that's what kids would be learning. So I wanted to be able to do a lot of color, sound, all this stuff. Great product. And so that was helpful for that. And I also wanted to get out more information about how the Amiga kernel worked. And so I wrote this little book. I'm going to do several of these issues. This is number 1, Guru Meditation number 1. And I was going to do like 8 of them. So I went and printed them myself. Here they are. If you want one, you can have one. I've got a whole box here of these. You know who Pat Lay is? He calls this the best book ever written on embedded computing. And he's the guy that did the toaster firmware. Okay, so this guy is rock and roll. He loves this book. And it is actually, it took me a long time to write this book, but it's fun, and it's Amiga specific. Ralph Babbel actually came out with a book that was equally amazing, his Guru book, where he went in everything. This one just goes into the kind of the kernel primary, tasking, interrupt handling, all that kind of stuff. So I've got that. Here. So I should say one thing. This is like a commercial break. I've come to a lot of these shows. Not a ton of them, but I've come to a lot of these shows, and I've got so much Amiga stuff that's ancient. Okay, so I'm going to take a little break here and say, hey, this is like an original T-shirt from Amiga. You want it? Yeah, sure, it's yours. All right, so that's what we're doing here. Okay, who can guess what this is? If you can guess what this is, Sinistar, that guy over there. Gail, good guess. So Sinistar was the game that RJ built and wrote, and Sam Dicker, before coming to Amiga. And we'd all go play it. We were big fans of Sinistar. It was a great game, too. Let's see if anyone can guess what this isn't an Amiga thing, but it's still pretty cool. What year did this happen? You who was paying attention to my presentation. Yeah, what year? I heard in 81. 81. Yeah, it's probably your kid's size. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, here's a real interesting tough one. This is detailed history. What this is, know Amiga really well, and if you, so what's the story? Name the person who made this dribble. Name? Glenn. Did? Okay, there you go. Did you get the T-shirt? You brought the T-shirts? Brought the dribbles. Dribbles. Yeah, dribble is a pretty cool product. Ahead of its time. Should have been a huge success. Guess it wasn't, but at least you got a T-shirt out of it. About this one. Oh, this one? What year? It's easy. Okay. All right. Here's one of the toughest ones. You have to know CD. Know this one. So I'm willing to actually take almost any. Who created this T-shirt? So Pink Floyd. Anyone name? So what was the Pink Floyd guy that was involved with Amiga? One of the band members. He had the studio for recording Pink. No? No, that's closer. Scotty Page. Scotty Page. Scotty Page was a sax player, and he ran the Pink Floyd studio down in Los Angeles. Anyone want it? Who wants it? Who hasn't? Well, you already. Okay, over there. Okay. So that's Scotty Page. Walt Tucker. He started a company called Walt Tucker because Walt Disney. And then he saw that Tucker movie about the car, the Tucker car. So he named his company Walt Tucker. And he had this massive, wonderful compound in the middle of Los Angeles where he recorded bands and a huge mixing board, half the size of this room here. Let me continue with the show and more giveaways at the end. A lot of time. Did I explain that? Yeah. So what happens is I go to the 1989 Developers Conference in San Francisco. I run into this guy, Don Gilbreth, who tracks me down. He says, hey, we want to make a CD-ROM based Amiga. I'm like, really? That's a great idea because I think CD-ROMs were just becoming a thing. Massive storage compared to what you put on a floppy disk. So you put endless number of games on your Amiga. And I thought, well, this is a really good idea. Who's going to drive it? Because you got all Westchester, they're the ones in charge. And he said, well, you and I will fly out and we'll visit Irving Gould again. So I go out and talk to Irving, and Irving says basically, Commodore started as a home computer kind of company. And it's kind of gone off and it's like a tool now. And yeah, in Germany it's more successful as a home computer, but I want success in the United States, again, as a home computer. So I want to make it something more you can put in your living room. And we said, okay, that's good. And Don was totally in on that. Don Gilbreth was the hardware side of it. He was the one that orchestrated going out to all these Japanese companies and getting them to contribute something. Whether it was the front panel, all of these were done by different companies. The remote control, the front panel. CD-ROM was still new. It's from Mitsubishi, and they had some bugs in it and stuff. And then Gail Wellington kind of ran the whole software developer side of it, recruiting Amiga apps to put their app on to CDTV. So I headed that up, and I know there's been like a movie or something, or a show that someone put together, a TV thing about, I think, CDTV, because they called me about it, and I gave them a little bit of information. But what I had forgotten is I've got like 3 boxes, legal boxes in the basement, with every single document that has to do with CDTV, including hiring people, firing people, schedules. I found this, it was incredible that I could find this. Because when he called me, I didn't have a whole lot to say. I don't really participate much in these retrospective. Here it is. This is my calendar from when I was working on. Like every meeting and every kind of decision that was made on CDTV. I kept the log of it because I was actually getting paid for it. So I kept track of every single thing that happened. And so that'd make that TV show again. I've got this to go off of. It's much better. Plus 3 boxes. of contracts and faxes. Back then, you faxed everything, right? Others. Really well from a development standpoint. We were up against, they call that the Philips, yeah, and what do they call that? CDI. CDI. They spent $2 billion, billion with a B, developing CDI. We developed this for, I don't know, $1 million or something like that for the original development effort. That's not manufacturing, but developing it. And it was better, well, in a lot of ways, because it had the Amiga. It had all those 10,000 games and things you could play on the Amiga. You could pretty much put it on this thing. You had to figure out things like what to do with a keyboard and that. So then that ended. The product was out. I thought it was going to be like massively successful. I thought this was going to be a good thing. So I wrote this authoring language to do demos and did a lot of demos and things. I created this. I actually patented this CDXL, which was scattered, basically scattered read from CD-ROM. So because the Amiga had DMA for so much, and because you could cut up the DMA into different parts of memory, when you read it in, you could have video, audio, code or text, and they could go into different parts of memory. And so you give it a list, and you say, okay, I want you to read from the CD, scatter read it into these different spots. So it's super efficient at doing that. And one of the problems that was, I don't know if you used a CDTV ever, but it would like grind away on that CD, put in a CD, and it'd be like, okay, when's it going to come up? 2 or 3 minutes later, it's like, and it would drive me nuts because anything that I created for it, it instantly came up. So I thought, what are these developers doing wrong? Well, what they're doing is they're using their, floppy disk file system style for all of their data, and they're putting it just on the CD-ROM like that. It's scattered all over the CD-ROM. So it's having to move the laser around everywhere to pick off these different parts of these files, which is totally the wrong thing to do. You want to put them all next to each other so they all read off. So I created like 3 different tools to help them do that. I don't know if any of them use the tools. I mean, maybe a few of them. And it's really, you notice it on CD, TV when you put in something and it comes up right away and starts, it's playable, but they're rare. Fine. I was one of the people that got Commodore to basically venture capitalize a company of mine that was called American Multimedia. And this was to take CDTV and to use it for industrial purposes. Because it's a nice compact machine, low maintenance. You put a monitor on top of it and you could have industrial training, essentially. And it seemed like a good market. We did a number of examples and demos and things to try to convince people to do it, but it was still too far ahead of time. These people are still dial-up modems and stuff like that. They just didn't understand it. So that market failed too. And along those lines, motion video is starting to come in. My company created this really nice motion video editor, and what I really liked is if you hook the trackball up to your Amiga, because I came from TV, right? So I'd seen these TV systems that use these trackballs to be able to do nonlinear video editing. I thought, I wonder if you can do that on Amiga. Well, actually, yeah, you can do that. You can do it really well. So I created essentially a motion video editor. We called it Bay. And then we found someone that wanted to buy it. And it was Macro System Germany that wanted to buy it because they got into this big time. And they had this Draco box and all these other things. And I think they're still doing it. I'm not sure whether video editing is still their thing or not. But what's funny about it is I really got to know Jörg Sprava really well and built the product, gave it to him, didn't hear anything else. There's no like, where's my check for all the development? Didn't happen. And then 5 years later, he gives me a call. You probably heard this. He said, hey, I've been massively successful with this video editor. I owe you something, what I promised in the contract. So he finally paid me, and I was very happy that I hadn't, misjudged him this late. So what's the final thing then? So there's this VisCorp Ed. So again, Don Gilbert comes to me. And he says, hey, VisCorp has got this great idea for a device. And actually, it was a cool idea. You connect it to your TV, you connect it to your antenna. And it will decode the TV It's then gen-locked, okay, with graphics, and then remodulated so it goes back into your TV antenna, and you can see all this stuff. And it's connected to a telephone plug, and it can go on the internet, and can make telephone calls from your TV, and just all kinds of like cool integration of television, you know, internet, all together. And in addition, there was kind of a sales pitch for putting ads on your screen. So this is something nowadays where in the corner of the screen pops up, you know, get a discount, order it now, 20% off, that kind of thing. A guy named Roger Remillard came up with all those concepts and he patented them. And that's what this company, Viscorp, was based off of, that idea that that was going to be a huge success. And one of the neatest thing about it is the front of this box. Here's one of the boxes right here. This is actually a Viscorp Ed. I don't know if you've ever seen one before. This is it. And if we have a museum here, I'd be willing to donate this. I don't want to carry it around anymore. It's like, oh, Dale, what I was saying, okay, it's sold to Dale. Thank you, Dale. So it's a cool idea, but I think they had some management problems because I wrote a really nasty letter toward the end of my employment there that became very popular. And everyone in the Amiga community was really not happy with Viscorp, as I recall, because it was supposed to get all the IP for Amiga and it was supposed to do great things with it. It never happened, which meant that the next in line, a computer, said, hey, there's a lot of patent property here. Let's buy it. And so I flew down to talk to Ted Waite, and he was real excited to talk about it. And he went down too, right? No? Okay. So he's like, what can I do with Amiga? He says, Ted Waite, billionaire at that point, runs Gateway Computer, you know, making massive numbers of computers. I said, well, it's got a lot of cool properties. And he had all, of course, his engineering team in there. It's like, yeah, but, you know, it's not that great, blah, blah, blah. You know, it's not a PC, it doesn't run DOS, all, you know, all those, you know, kind of things. And they said, well, okay, maybe it's just the IP that's worth buying. But the funny thing came out of that is when I went into his office to talk to him, he had stacks of paper on his desk that he was reading. And it was my Rebel manual for my Rebel language. So I created this language, Rebel, Relative Expression-Based Object Language. It was pretty cool, you know, ahead of its time language. And he was reading all these documents, wondering, you know, what are you going to do with this? And I said, well, I'm trying to do a startup company. He says, well, I'm putting together a company to do startup companies. And so that's how Rebel got funded. The first round was through Avalon Ventures, which was part of Gateway Computers' cash stash. And we actually, if you ever use Rebel or were part of that revolution, it was an amazing amount of cool stuff. Because you could write, it was really good at integrating the internet with code, much beyond anything like Python or any other types of language. It was, if you know JSON, Doug Crawford loved Rebel. And I'd come down and visit him down here. He'd say, you got to make Rebel open source so we can put it into the browser. I said, I can't put it in the browser because it's IP. It's, you know, I'm not going to give the source code away. It's been too much of a project. He said, well, you got to do it. I said, no, I can't. So he wrote JSON for object exchange. And Rebel is JSON on steroids. I mean, it can not only do data exchange, but it can do code, it can do algorithms, do abstract stuff. And all of that gets you layers above in terms of expressibility. So, for instance, when you write a GUI, you could actually say, Q, button, red, open, quote, open, and run it. And a GUI will pop up, there'll be a red button there, and you can press it. And you can also put the code for it right next to it, square brackets. Now, all that just worked really well. And if you wanted to send an email, it was another line. So that was a cool project, but it wasn't paying the bills. And actually, 15 years ago, Dale, realize that? 15 years ago, I come to this AmiWest. Dale brings Roku Pico, which was this cool little box that was basically a full computer on a box, that was a Roku, player. And And it was so cool because it was like, Dale, do you realize what we could do with this? This could be like the next Amiga or something. And like, well, you got to talk to Anthony. So, yeah, so I went and talked to Anthony, and he said, well, what do you want to do? Well, I want to build one of those boxes. You ever consider like making it open source or making it open so people can like write their own programs for it? It's like, not really, but no, maybe. So he said, well, would you be interested in making the lowest cost Roku possible so you can sell it in Walmart? I said, sure, let's work on that. So together, he and I picked the chip, and Anthony Wood and I picked the chip, and we got started on it. Very small development team, got it out in a year. And I went down, within a year, and I bought it at the Walmart in a little town that I lived in up in Northern California. And I was like, this is cool to be able to make a product, get it to the, get it on the shelf in a year. So that was then 13 years, spent 13 years at Roku making all kinds of products. One of them was the stick, the Roku stick, which is an interesting story of how that came about, which was one of our big sales chains, a big store that made electronic things. They said, we don't want to add Roku to every TV, but it'd be nice to have just some little thing, a little module, you could plug in the side. And I was thinking about, Atari had those little modules with the little fingers, and just push it into the clip. And I said, yeah, that's cool. And so I wrote out a spec for what signals did we need to have on that little module to plug in there. Anyway, that evolved into the Roku streaming stick. We patented it. And, it was a big, big success because people didn't want these little boxes in front of their TV. They want to put them all behind and whatever, It was tricky in many ways because the power is really difficult. HDMI connector, you know it well, there is power on it. It's only like 50 milliamps, all right? It's not enough to run a whole stick with Wi-Fi and all that kind of stuff. So there had to be an external, connection for power. Yeah, so that was that. Let's see, develop products. Oh, so then I retired 2 years ago, and now back full circle, I decided, hey, computer software has just gotten so much gobbledygook, and C++ has gone off into outer space, and so much complexity in the world of writing software. I want to get back to something simpler and something that was more along the lines of what I did originally. So started a TV production company, and I've got a TV series I'm working on. Written 5 episodes of it, going out, trying to find producers to make it and studios to make it, and that is a hard gig. It's worse than the venture capital circus, because those people are all insiders. They're none of this open venture companies. They're all like, no, you can't come talk to us. We don't want to hear from you. And that's because there's so many people that write shows and scripts. They don't want to hear it. Anyway, so I've written that, but I've had some limited success in finding people that are interested in doing it, if the conditions go right and all that, and producers and money sources. And then there's this whole AI thing that's happening right now, whole industry that's really messing up a lot of it, because they're afraid it's going to take over, and it might, if it gets good, it might take over a lot of it, but can it really do it? Not sure. Human element, all that kind of stuff. All right, so I think that's it. I need to get some water. Oh, I got some t-shirts, more t-shirts to give away. I can take questions too, if any of this. Full arc, yeah. Let's see what else got. All right. Here was this. Got it 88. Who said 86? I see that, Trevor. You got the inside track on that. All right. Oh, thanks. Got the water? Water materialized from. A lot of people thought that the Amiga kernel came from something else. Came from Unix or came from other university project, whatever. It did not. It was actually something I developed prior to coming to Amiga. Couldn't get HP. By developed, I mean I developed the concepts of developing code. and then coming to Amiga, that offer that they gave me of do whatever you want, come here, do whatever you want. And Jay Miner actually challenged at one point. He came to me and said, hey, here's De Re Atari, which is the book that was written about the Atari OS and how it worked. Well, it wasn't really an OS, the ROM of the Atari. And he said, maybe you should do something like this, because I don't think he bought into this whole, we're going to have this multi-APIs and libraries and all that kind of stuff. And I said, I'll look at it, and I took it, and I considered it, but no, it had to be the way it had to be to really launch all of what built with just the right decision at the right time. History. Oh, here's an Amiga logo. Does anyone want an Amiga logo? I got a lot of, okay, what year was it? What year was it made? Ah, 89 is correct. The copyright on this is 89. So it goes back here. And I'll sign any of this stuff you want later. If you want a signed version of it. I've got a lot of stuff, and I got to tell you, I need to find someone who archives things. I keep carrying these boxes to these shows, and then I carry it all back home. And it's like, no, it's going to go in the garbage one of these days, and it's going to be gone forever. And anyone here write Rebel? Any Rebelers in? Yeah. Oh. I already have one of those, but there's another. Okay. All right. What year? Okay, he already got one. Okay, sorry. Yeah, developers conferences were good for all that kind of stuff. Here's exec. If anyone wants it, like, a hand went up back here. You want it? So this is the source code to exec as of version 23. It's annotated, signed by me, so you know it's official. Has the dates on it. It's the entire source code. I actually wrote really well documented source code. Yeah, this is a piece of art. So I'm glad you. Yeah. I've got another one. It's not the only one. What's that? Computer Museum. Yeah. Yeah. That's why he's a good choice, right? Yeah, I've got one more of those. So I've given one of those away before, because we didn't print very often. We didn't have a great printer or anything like that. So, okay, that's awesome. Yeah. Okay, Guru's Guides. Anyone? Okay. Well, I guess we're over. Come up and get them. So, this is, yeah. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Well, it was through really this kind of crowd of people that wanted to be part of it. And VisCorp also sponsored some events, get-togethers and things like that. But we actually did like a 3-week tour through Europe, all these different French cities and Germany and out to Ireland and stuff, trying to get people interested in ed, writing and converting their applications to ed. So yeah, it's at Commodore it was done differently because Gail Wellington was in charge of that, and she had everyone's phone numbers and everyone's information, so she could contact them about CDTV and get them interested in doing something for them. Yeah, you spotted it. First. That's let's see, that would be 1986. That's 1986. That's when that logo was being used at Apple. That Apple was purchased. That T-shirt was purchased at Apple when I went. ATG, yeah. Tesla, yeah. Tesla. Did you work there? Yeah. Yeah. Larry Tesler ran. He was from Xerox PARC. That's where he came from, and we had a big team from Xerox PARC at the time. Yeah. Okay, so done. 2 o'clock. Yeah. Yeah, anyone who has a collection wants any of these T-shirts. If you're CDTV or I got CDTV sweatshirts, CDTV, yeah, take it. These are newer. These are not so old. These are not 40 years old. These are from, I think, 10 years ago. History of Amiga. Oh. This is a good one to put on the wall. Wants it? I've given you several already. Is anyone else the second developer conference? Third? Okay, it's old. Okay, good. All right. Later, yeah. Extra large is probably best, yeah. Yeah, for sure. Okay, yeah, yeah. I've had the same problem. Here's the European Developers Conference. It was in Milan. You went from Milan? Milan, okay. Okay, there we go. That was a great conference. Oh, excellent. Thank you. Yeah, my wife noticed that. Oh, sweet. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you. Okay. Everyone's got a Guru's Guide, right? We're good? Okay. Got to find a vendor that wants these.
Oh, hello. I'm Dale. So a couple things that I can add to Carl's conversation. Beautiful conversation. Sinistar, there's a great documentary done on Sinistar. So if you go on YouTube and Google for Sinistar documentary, there's a 2.5-hour documentary featuring RJ and Sam Dicker and Jack Hager and a bunch of other people. You should watch it. It's great. They talk about an exec. Sinistar has a microkernel in it. The other thing is we're trying to set up a little demonstration over here of Carl's debugger ROMWAC. Or I have a terminal and one of the old black and white or black metal debug.
Explain it real quick. So the question is, your app crashes, your code crashes. You don't have a debugger. You're not running out of debugger. What do? Well, the Amiga had a debugger that was in the ROM. Smallest thing I could possibly make. It was like 3 or 4K. It's all. It had a number of commands, but it give you enough that you go in there and poke around in all your variables and all your code and figure out why did I get a bus error, that kind of thing. So Dale's got that running back there. It's kind of cool, fun. It's guru level type stuff.
You're talking about CDTV and CD32. There was another competitor, 3DO, was working on a CD-ROM based machine. 3DO also has a lot of Amiga history. I wrote the kernel for it, and basically it was another version of Amiga with resource tracking. Trip Hawkins.
Hopkins from Electronic Arts started that company. Well, thank you, everyone. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. So that was Carl presenting. Let me jump to audience cam. You see something on the screen. Carl gave us a presentation on his history with the Amiga. It's absolutely fantastic, if you ask me. I am working on getting ready for the mobile presentation. In about an hour, we're going to have Jason come online, presenting the AMI PCI. And then we will finish up the presentation, then move out to our banquet. I'm going to step away. Unfortunately, I don't have that boundary mic thing working, so I don't have a good way of giving you a little background audio right now. Trying to think in my head what I might have that can do that, but I'll keep working on it and see what we can pull off. Thanks, everyone. Testing. I am still working on a few things, but we will be back shortly. Testing 1, 2, 3. Testing. Nothing. Testing 1, 2, 3. Testing. That actually, I think, makes sense. Testing 1, 2, 3. Any buzz? Testing, 1, 2, 3. Testing. Who's hot? Testing, 1, 2. Something's hot. I don't know which one's doing that. That's an interesting question. It's got to be you. But you're not there you go. Okay. It's pretty hot. Howdy, howdy, folks. Getting set up for Jason. Jason Beer to talk about his Amiga PCI. What has me so excited about what Jason's doing in the US, when so many of our so many of the people building new boards are based in Europe. Building new classic boards are based in Europe. Jason is based in the US, which I think is great. Super excited to have him join our stream, talk about his product. We actually have one here. We'll be able to get a close look at it. I'm still working on how best to make this portable and go film from the show floor. Having some trouble with my device showing up properly, so I'm not quite sure I'll be able to execute my original plan. We shall see. Shall see. I got it. I hit no to the first time, which okay. Oh. Not doing what rebooting my tablet. Okay. Jason. I've also corrected the hum on Robert Bernardo's camera, put a filter in line. I'm going to do a better job of preparing everything for next year so that I can roll in even faster, at a better state quicker. I've reached out to Jason on Discord, live, logging into my magical software. I did not get my switcher. Do you have it here? Do you have it? They can touch it. I was just saying, it's exciting that someone in the US is doing this work. I'm talking to Chris Hopper here, sitting next to me. Hooper, sorry. Okay, I can see Jason. Jason, I don't know if you can hear me or not. Can you hear me? Nod. I can't hear you. So if you can hear me, go ahead and nod. Yeah. No. Oh, I gotta. Okay. You heading out? You just came here to steal the exec source? Take it to your evil overlords at Apple? Yeah, I get it.
I'm gonna probably get it over to A4000 and see.
Oh, wow. Oh, that'd be cool. Very cool. Yeah. Okay. Great to have you, man. Awesome. Oh, I see what happened. That's him. Oh, that's what happened. Hash chain. The software that I'm using is called Video Ninja to like link to craziest software that you can get for free to do this work. It's not really. Steve was sharing it out. I haven't played with it that much. But it's just really, really, really very, very, very wildly powerful. Yeah, I don't think we need to worry too much about rehearsal. Oh, that's my view. I don't want my view. Okay. Thank you. It's pretty cool, actually. Okay. Why? A little noisy. Okay. Let's try this again. Can you hear me, Jason? I don't know if you can hear me. I'm not sure. I am testing. Okay. Now, people here can hear. Okay. Test. I'm not sure he can hear us. Oh, he was muted.
I can't hear you. Can you guys hear me?
Why am I not? Okay. I'm on.
Testing. Are you guys there? Can you hear me? Hello. Can anybody hear me? I don't know if you guys can hear me or not, but I can maybe sing and dance a little bit in the meantime. My microphone light is bouncing, so I think it's working on my end, but I don't know for sure. I cannot hear anything from the other end.
Oh no. Yeah.
Can anybody hear me?
Trying to capitalize one letter. Hash. Not working. Like, no, I want to capitalize. Hit return, enter. And because the URLs, like no, why you need capitalization? No, I just mistyped it. Got to type it in. At home, I use Nelson. What a dev. I did not want to. Some background noise. Sorry, I'm fighting with the. Fine. There's another. Problem in my. Oh, I see the problem. I got it. Having a man. User.
Can anybody hear me?
Yeah. Well, I think it's up there. I think it's working from. I just don't know if he can. Trust Jason? Hear us, Jason? I've got him, but I don't. Well, he is sharing it. I've just not locked in that. But we should be able to hear him when he speaks. I just don't know if he can. Hear me now? Asking. I can.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we can. Fine. We can hear you fine, Jason.
It's very quiet on my end.
Yeah, just go ahead and start if you can.
Oh, okay. Well, it wouldn't be a great event if there wasn't at least one technical hiccup, right? So, okay, so I'm being told to go ahead, although unfortunately I can't hear you guys. So I think if you have any questions, we may have to filter them through a text or something. So, no sweat, no sweat. I'll just go ahead and start talking and hopefully things will go well. And I'm going to try to keep an eye on my chat here to just in case anybody wants to get through. Well, good afternoon, everybody. I hope the weather's great there in California. It's a cold, rainy day here in Iowa. So I'm joining you from my basement. This is sort of where all the action happens. I like to call it the cave. And spend a lot of time in here. That's where my lab bench is and everything. So, a couple years ago, started work on a little something called Amiga PCI. I had this idea to, basically to develop an Amiga from the ground up with a native PCI bus, right? So we do have PCI options for other 32-bit Amigas, right? Anything with Zorro 3. But they're not really making any more 32-bit Amigas. And so trying to track down Amiga 3000 or 4000 to use PCI is getting a little more difficult every day. And so I thought it would be fun, not only for the community, but just as a challenge to myself to build this project with, based around Amiga OCS and have it with a native PCI bus on board. So let's see here. I'm on the wrong tab. There we go. Hopefully this is all coming through for you guys. So a little bit about the project, right? So it is an OCS ECS Amiga, and it does support 1 megabyte or a 2 megabyte Agnes on board with just a couple jumpers. And it is built around 68040 and 68060 architecture. So this one's a little different than previous Amigas, where they were basically, previous 32-bit Amigas where they were built on 020 and 030 architecture. And you could get a 68040 or 060 accelerator card, right? No problem, but there's a bit of glue logic on board to make those things work with the 030 architecture that those Amigas were designed around. So this one was designed from the ground up with the 040 and 060 in mind. So on board, we've got something called a local bus port that's really there to support CPU, RAM, and auto-config devices and probably anything else that you could think of. We do have 5 PCI slots on board, 1 Amiga video slot, but no Zorro. There'll be absolutely no Zorro on this machine. We do have HID keyboard and mouse input. We do have a dual ATA port using LIDE device. And something we added as well was flash memory so that we could have an opportunity to store hardware drivers on board the machine. And hopefully I'm not going too fast, guys, since I can't hear you. I don't know if there's any questions or anything. So what's the current project status? Well, so I mean, this has been going on for a couple years. It is still being worked on, right? I'd still consider it prototype. But we do have a machine that's booting, that boots into Workbench. We do have the HID inputs working. And we also have both the Agnes types are confirmed working. Of course, the ATA ports are both working. We are having a little bit of a struggle right now with the 68040 data cache. And I'm having trouble tracking down what that is or what's causing the issue. Basically, as soon as you enable the data caching, it crashes the machine. And data caching, I think as a concept is pretty simple, and we all figured that there was probably some issue with the fast RAM causing this, but for life of me, I can't find anything wrong with the fast RAM. So maybe if there's anybody out in the crowd who knows a little bit about 68040 architecture and who has maybe worked on something like this in the past, maybe reach out to me. I might appreciate it. Having another set of eyes on this problem may be of great help. So we'll track down the problem eventually. We just haven't identified it yet. So just recently I have started on the PCI engine since the machine is booting up and we can do basic workbench functions and other things. I thought it was time to actually get started on the PCI end of things. And so I've been working on the Verilog to get the PCI engine up and running. And of course, with any prototype project, bug tracking and fixing is just continuous, right? We still have a lot of bugs to work out, and that's just a constant. So, and just as a side comment, I think there's going to be at least one more hardware revision. We've identified a couple small issues that required pretty straightforward bodges, and one larger issue that is tougher to bodge in. So thinking about this, it is an Amiga, right? And we do need Amiga chips. And this is what you need to get the machine running. So we do need a Denise, we need a Paula, and we do need the 2 CIAs. And this machine is set up with those all in the DIP packages. So I know there's PLCC versions, but right now on this machine, we've got it all set up for the DIP packages. And of course, you need an Agnes, an 8372A or an 8375. And, I don't know, there's a lot of 8375 parts roaming around, that were either in the A4000 or in the A600 or in some retrofit, repair parts and things like that. So 8375 has to be one of from a list of specific part numbers so that the pinout is correct. And those are all on the GitHub, but they're the most common ones. I think if it's, the 8375 that you might find, for example, in an A600 or whatnot, if, those all work. So, or the A500 plus, right? Those are all good to go. Chip RAM is present on the Amiga PCI board. So again, it does support, 2 megabytes or 1 megabyte, depending on your Agnes version. And all the prototype machines that we're working on right now are implementing a 40 megahertz Motorola 68040 on the local bus slot. So the current local bus card comes with 128 megabytes of fast RAM. And as part of this, I chose not to use the ROMs that Commodore had, where they 27C 400s or something like that. They're hard to find, they're expensive, but these 27C 4096 ROMs are pretty straightforward and easy to find and relatively inexpensive in comparison. So I went ahead and went with those ROMs instead. And of course, Chris's Kick Smash project, it's been really, really nice for this work. I can't imagine if I had to switch ROMs out all the time. If I wanted to do diagram or go into Workbench, I would tear my ROM sockets apart. So it's a pretty handy project. So I'm going to give a shout out to Chris there. That's a pretty cool thing. So, and we are using the Amiga 1200 ROM image for this project. And here's just a little bit more information on the local bus port. So this one is a newer design that's really designed with the needs of this machine in mind. And so you're not going to take an existing accelerator card, that was designed for an Amiga 3000 and put it in this, right? That's just not going to work. We're doing different architecture, right? I said we're really working with A40 architecture here. So it just makes it more straightforward. I'm not going to design the machine around A30 architecture when A40 and A60 is pretty easily available. And quite frankly, it's just a little better. So the connector is, it's 120 pin DIN, it's 40 pins by 3 rows. And that's a part that you can get at about any electronics supplier, right? You can get it at Mauser, you can get it at DigiKey. Newark. I mean, all those guys carry these, and so they are easily available. Not necessarily cheap, but they are available. They're like $13 or $15 a piece. You gotta buy the 2 halves. So, nevertheless, it's a really good connector for this purpose. Works really well, and no problems that I'm aware of related to this card edge or this DIN type connector. So just to make another comment here, so there is no CPU on the Amiga PCI board. You have to add it with a local bus card. And I mean, number one, we're dealing with a real estate issue. And, number two, I don't know, call me crazy, right? Never really understood having a CPU on the Amiga board and in an accelerator card. It seems like you're paying twice, it's not truly you could argue semantics, right? It's not truly a dual CPU setup, not in the conventional sense. You can't use both at the same time, and you can switch back and forth, but really you're kind of using one or the other, right? You're not really using the 2 simultaneously. And so it just makes a lot more sense, I think, to just put it on the card here, save a lot of real estate on the board. That's for other things. And it also makes it super easy if you don't want a particular CPU, you want to upgrade, you want to try something different. I think this platform makes it really easy to do some experimenting and design different types of new CPU cards with different capabilities. And so I think it's a pretty good idea, and I think work out well. So, and also maybe as a second comment, similar to the CPU. So we did talk about that there is chip RAM on the Amiga PCI board. So you can run it with just the chip RAM, right? But nowadays RAM is so darn cheap. Why wouldn't you have a bunch of fast RAM? So on this prototype local bus card with the CPU, we're including 128 megabytes of fast RAM to go with that. So, and that's it for that one. I'll move on here real quick. Talk a little bit about the PCI bridge. So probably there's not a ton to talk about here, but I'm happy if we can figure out a way to get questions to me. I'm happy to answer whatever questions you guys have here. But I think it's, it's a difficult thing to do, but the concept is straightforward, right? We're not doing anything, sort of new or cutting edge here. Basically, we're just verbatim out of the PCI local bus revision, the 2.3 specifications. And there's a lot to do. So, I mean, don't get me wrong, there's a lot to do. I'm sure there's still a lot of frustration ahead around this, but we're just working straight out of the specification manual. So we're not doing anything strange or cutting corners or trying to do workarounds or anything like that. Because the machine, we're not dealing with Zorro anymore. So we don't have that Zorro layer in between us and the PCI, which means that we can talk directly to the CPU. And that simplifies things a great deal, quite honestly. So because we are basing this on an older specification, so we are using the 5-volt universal slots, but we are using LVTTL signaling. So everything is driven with 3.3 volt logic. And so that may help us give us opportunities for the future, be a little more simple, right? If we don't have to work with TTL level signaling. But I think kind of the watch out here, though, is as well as you're still probably on your PCI cards, if you design one right from the ground up for this type of application, is that other sort of legacy PCI cards are still going to be potentially using TTL signaling, right? So something to just be aware of. You're going to still need, if you design a PCI card, you're going to have to take that into account because other legacy cards are going to be driving 5-volt signaling and be able to handle that because you're all on the shared bus, right? So just kind of making that side comment, just something to think about. So the next point here, so we do intend to support DMA, and I say, I have access to the entire 32-bit address space of the Amiga. Now, of course, I understand that PCI isn't necessarily going to be interested in the entire address space, but my point here really is to just say that there is no hardware limitation on that, right? Like I say, we're not funneling through Zorro or this kind of thing. Working directly to the CPU. And how I'm designing the bridge, the PCI cards can drive the bus cycles directly, so that won't be an issue. So the first goal, though, with the PCI bridge is to achieve compatibility with Prometheus, and Firestorm. I think it makes a lot of sense, right? I mean, it's sort of the de facto standard out there right now for Amiga PCI compatibility. And it really makes a lot of sense. That just should be our first target, because once we get to that point, it would open up a whole world of work that's already been done by a lot of smart people. So that'll be the first step. Then the next step too, I have this concept of what we're calling design for 68 as a PCI specification. And sort of how this is a little different than other legacy PCI cards we might use is that we're actually thinking about Amiga architecture and the needs of an Amiga. And if you have one of these cards plugged into the PCI bus at startup, the bridge will find it and auto-configure. And so this is a little different than, at least how I understand Firestorm works, right? I think Firestorm, everything's sort of software configured. It might be put into the auto-config list at a later time, right? But with this type of design for 68K specification that I have in mind, it'll auto-config at startup just like any Zorro card you've used. And I think there's a lot of potential there, and just be up to us and Unity as a whole to figure out how to leverage that. But I really like the idea. I really think there's a lot of potential there. So I'm going to go ahead and move on to the next one. And I think I have no idea how we're going to synchronize this, Chris, but I think this is basically where I'm going to turn it over to you. And maybe I will let you know. I hand it back to you. Okay. I guess are you going to take the slides there? I will sit here for a moment and see if I get any feedback. So, sorry guys, I wish I could hear you.
Thank you, Jason.
But I'll turn it over to you now, Chris.
So part of the difficulty here is he can't actually hear us, so he's talking blind. Hello, everyone. My name is Chris Hooper.
Oh, I can hear you.
Okay, I'm holding on.
Nice, I can hear you guys. Hi, guys.
All right, very good. So I'll introduce myself again. I'm Chris Hooper. I joined Jason's project, I would say, about 5 months ago, something like that. Made a call out for someone who could work on the STM32. The STM32 is an ARM CPU that's used for basic board management. So implements a interface that allows us to connect modern USB hardware, keyboards, mice, joystick, and convert it to the protocol that Amiga expects. So the board environment controller is what we're calling this. Lost my slide. Okay. And the actual ARM CPU is an STM32 F205 RET6. Got 128K of RAM, 512K of flash, UART, ADC, that's analog to digital, real-time clock, and 2 USB ports all on one chip. So it's a very tiny embedded CPU. Actually a very small part of the actual design of this board. Okay, very good. Can you hear me still? Okay, great. So the functions of this microcontroller are to manage the power supply on and off. As Jason mentioned earlier, it acts as a USB keyboard and mouse, plug in USB devices, and it will emulate the Amiga native keyboard, mouse, joystick, that sort of thing. Monitors board voltages, so he connected the supply voltages up to it so we can get a reading, a live reading of those, and it'll report warnings if things go out of effect. It acts as the Amiga real-time clock. It emulates the RPC 501, which is, sorry, 5C01, which is the clock that's used on the Amiga 3000 and Amiga 4000. and it manages the board fan. It can do that based on the temperature that's on. STM32 has an internal temperature sensor. We do have a goal, though, that we'll also be able to support an external sensor that you might have on your CPU to run the board fan. And it'll eventually provide an I2C interface. Next slide, please. Okay, so current status of the STM32 firmware. Power supply on and off is working, so we're talking to an ATX power supply. The user power button fully works. You can turn on and off the board. Not a lot of work really involved in supporting a button. The USB keyboard, most are working. It's surprising to me, it's really been surprising to me how variable the number of USB keyboard devices there are out there, and how they actually act talking to a computer. There's such a amount of variety there, and I've gone through a lot of pain trying to support as many as I've seen. The STM32 actually has a bug in its hardware dealing with USB hubs, and a lot of keyboards have a hub built in, plug in other peripherals into your keyboard. So that's been quite a challenge. USB hid mouse on the other side. All of them tested at this point are fully working. Some of them are pretty complex. Some of them even have they appear as a keyboard device as well, so they can send macros to the computer. And that should be working as well. USB hid joystick, gamepad, every one of those seems their own unique protocol. So that's like implement for this device, implement for that device, like the Nintendo controller or the Xbox 360 controller, or just a generic USB joystick, that sort of thing. Once you've got support for it, it works, but it seems to be like a one-off. So that'll be a challenge, I think, going forward, supporting more of those devices. Board voltage monitors, fully working from the CLI of the STM32. We don't really expose that other than there is a pin header around the board. You can stick a USB to TTL device on there and get access to that command line prompt. But eventually we plan on offering an Amiga program that would let you access those readings. The Amiga real-time clock is mostly working. It's not 100% reliable yet. Sometimes we don't get answers back from the STM32. I don't know what the cause is there yet, but it's probably a timing issue. Yes? You said a little too much for me. Maybe you can.
I said that the real Amiga real-time clock is not reliable either, because if you read the specs on the chip and what the driver code does, you see that it doesn't completely conform to the spec, and if you write something that queries it in a loop, every once in a while it reads garbage.
Okay, well, from what he said, in that case, we're 100% accurate. Just kidding. Okay, last one. The board fan is fully working at this point, and it will scale its speed up and down based on the temperature. Slide, please. Okay, this is my final slide, then we'll be back to Jason. So the goals of the microcontroller board fan, implement an external I2C sensor for the desired fan speed. This is what I was talking about earlier, having to do with a measuring like the CPU temperature or other sensors that are on the board to run that fan. I2C interface is not yet implemented. It will be in the future, and then we'll be able to support other peripherals, hopefully, and then export that information back to Amiga OS so that you can read those values there. The keyboard and key mouse remapping, I want to create an Amiga OS app to allow configuration of those keystrokes. So, for example, international keyboards, you want to be able to enter custom keystrokes for those. So I want to be able to support that. And already in the STM32 firmware, I've got support for every key or button being able to trigger for keystrokes or button presses. So the firmware is there, it's just the Amiga program has not been implemented. The board voltage monitor, I want to have an Amiga OS app for that to be able to report the voltages. Board management, I want to be able to have a simple app to be able to do things like power off the board. We already have things like you can power on the board by keyboard input. So you can turn on your computer without having to press a button on the front. You can do it by keyboard. The last one, firmware update. Want to have an Amiga OS app to be able to do firmware update. All right, thank you, Jason. Back to you.
Well, that was awesome. Thank you, Chris. Really appreciate your work on all of this. You and I, we've traded probably thousands and thousands of text messages, but we've never heard each other speak. All right. So, so just a couple other things I wanted to make a quick comment on here, and these are sort of those sort of odds and ends that people ask about, right? Anytime you have a new Amiga, and what are people thinking about, right? And how's this going to work? How's that going to work? Right? And one of them is always tick, right? There's something. Tick is an interesting beast. I understand why it's there. And you know, when I first did the Amiga 2000 ETX, I didn't include a way to external tick, right? 60, and quickly found out it's there for a reason. I'm not real thrilled because their screens are going all crazy when we're trying to use certain video cards, right? So in this case, the tick is generated by one of the FPGAs on board, and you just flip a jumper. You can pick PAL or NTSC, and so that'll always be a steady 50 or 60 hertz signal for you. That isn't influenced by other clocks on the board. So the floppy port, right? So I don't know about this floppy port, but that's just how Amigas are, right? I'd really like to find a way to get away from floppy drives, but I'm not sure that's ever going to. And it's cool, it's nostalgic. So, but what is difficult right now is trying to find Amiga floppy drives, right? If you find them, they tend to be very expensive or broken or both. But what is easy to find for reasonable prices are C floppy drives, right? So I reached out to Ian Stedman, and he said, go ahead and use an adapter circuit on this board. I have tested this with both Amiga and PC high-density floppy drives. And of course, though, you got to remember that that Paula doesn't handle high-density floppy disks, right? So even though it's a high-density mechanism, you still have to operate in double density. And it seemed to all be working for testing that I did with it. That was really neat. We are still on 15 kilohertz video, so there's nothing on this board to act as a flicker fixer or a scan doubler. Now that may or may not change in the future. I'm rapidly running out of real estate on this board. But you know, one of the primary drivers to have the PCI bus is to access VGA, right? And so well, I guess maybe have to do a 15 kilohertz or something like that, sort of like some existing products or options out there. But the assumption is that as much as possible you're going to be driving VGA. And we do have an onboard audio header for input of analog audio from like CD-ROMs and things like that. So pretty similar to what you find at least in Amiga 4000 and maybe the 3000. I'm not sure. So so these things are all on there, and it's just sort of these little extra things that help out. And I think that's pretty much the presentation. I've included some pictures here. And I don't know, I think Chris and Stefan may or may not have brought their copies of boards to the show. I won't speak for them. You can ask them. But basically, this is one that's brand new from the factory and unpopulated, right? So you can kind of see what's going on here. Maybe I can just kind of point things out just to sort of orient you guys. So down here, so this is the local bus port, right? So normally the CPU card sit on top of this, and so normally you wouldn't see everything, right? But we have a couple sockets for ROMs over here right above it. Of course, you probably all recognize where Agnes goes. Then immediately north of Agnes, we got a socket for East and Paula, and then right next to them we have the two CIAs. Okay, and then right next to them is the ATX power supply. So we are using off-the-shelf ATX power for the. And sort of up here in the corner, so there's that STM microcontroller was talking about. So, to the two ATA ports, number of buffers related to the. Of course, you may recognize the slot. There's that. the 5 PCI slots next to it. Then sort of in this, we'll say in this southwest corner of the board, we've got a lot of FPGA stuff going on. So there's actually 4 FPGAs on this board, and from a pin capacity point, they're basically all maxed out. I mean, I have a couple pins, but we're really used up most of the pins on these things. And I don't know, maybe getting into weeds here a little bit. This guy here, 712, has the onboard. It generates Motorola 68,000 cycles to interface with the chipset. Also has a SDRAM controller built in that interfaces with Agnes, so that Agnes can talk to our SDRAM that's on board. This guy down here in the lower left corner, that is basically, that incorporates a lot of Gary functions. So I don't know if you caught it in previous discussion for wired chips, but there's no Gary on this board. Basically incorporated most of Gary functions into this chip, this FPGA, as well as a few. Right above that one here's our flash memory. Then the 2 FPGAs kind of kitty corner here. These are mostly the PCI bridge. There's too many pins to PCI bridge on just one, so I've got it split between 2, and these 2 talk. And as well, this one over here on the right also has the 8. That's sort of the nickel tour of the PCI board. Here's just kind of a close-up of the current local bus card that we're using. So again here, so we've got a full MC68040. This is not crippled in any way, not an EC or anything like that. And then on board here, so we do have 2 FPGAs. And the one on the right pretty much is just an SDRAM controller. That goes with these 2 SDRAM chips on the side. So this is your 128 megabytes of fast RAM. We do have quite a bit of buffers on here. Since the A40 signals with 5 volts, right, it's TTL, but none of this other stuff has TTL tolerance. So everything basically goes through level shifting buffers before it goes on. The larger FPGA here primarily contains the bus sizing state machine. And so this is a little different, and I kind of had to learn this the hard way, unfortunately. If you've ever worked with 020, 030, know that with combined on die CPUs, it can handle transfers to any size of port, right? 8, 16, 32. It kind of handles them all interchangeably via cycle termination hand shaking. The A40 and 060 do not. And so when we need to access something that isn't a 32-bit port, like the OCS Amiga chipset, you have to go through basically, I guess what I'm just calling the bus sizing state machine, which is included inside this larger FPGA. So this handles all the data transfers to data ports that are not 32 bits, basically. So it handles that data transfer. And I think and then here's the current Amiga PCI sitting on my bench. This is usually what I see every day, except there's a lot fewer wires on it right now. Been working on a couple things. I've been trying to track down some stuff with history related to the real-time clock. Not exactly sure what's going on, but I will say that it may appear that there are some idiosyncrasies and our boards are not behaving the same. And anyone who's ever tried to troubleshoot electronics, I know just loves when you have examples that don't behave the same, though they should be set up identically. So hopefully we'll track that down soon. And that's getting pretty high on the priority list right now. It's a basic function. We got to get it figured out. So, and then maybe just to wrap this up real quick, I guess I don't. I can share this presentation with the organizers over there, and then share this or do whatever. But basically, if you get on GitHub, just search for the Amiga PCI, and it should take you right to the repository. And there's some interesting stuff on there. I mean, I've been trying to write these hardware guides and dev guides, not only because I thought there would be a good use for those in the future if you wanted to actually use these machines and design hardware for these machines, but in a lot of ways, they're guides for me too. So I will write down ideas as a place to record it. And then when I actually get to implementing something 6 months later, I can go back and look at my notes and see what I was thinking, how I was proposing. Stefan grabbed us AmigaPCI.org. It's basically sort of just a holding page for now, but I think going into the future, we will move a lot of stuff there. Should be a little more user-friendly probably than GitHub, and use that as a way to distribute information. So, and of course, it is a work in progress, right? Anything can change. I've had a couple of people reach out to me and ask about building boards right now, and I'm kind of telling them I no, because we are still in the prototype stage. We are not to where PCI bus doesn't even work yet, right? And our data cache doesn't work yet, right? So I don't want people going out and building boards because they think it's a finished project and it's not. However, if you do want to build a board because you want to help the project and test things, that would be awesome. But please reach out to one of us before you do so, just to try to get an idea, so we can share current status with you, sort of what we're looking at and what our challenges are. So. And again, if you go to the GitHub page, you'll actually see the link to our Discord. And admittedly, our Discord is growing cobwebs right now. I don't use it like we should. Chris, Stefan, and we trade a lot of messages sort of via private chat on Discord. But as Chris pointed out yesterday, start moving some discussions back onto the main page. I think some of our discussions behind the scenes are probably a little dry, and we're trying to track down technical, right? So may not always be interesting to everyone, but might be better than nothing. So, well, I'm going to say that's it. That's what I have for my part of the presentation. I am happy to take questions, or if there's anything else you guys want to see or talk about, I'm happy to do so. So thank you. I can hear, yes. How much is it going to cost? I heard that. Is that a real, yeah. Yeah, it's a real question. Okay, no, that's fair. It's a fair question. So it is open source, right? So right now, everything is available on to build it yourself. We'll say the dev team, we had a run of boards built through LCP. And you guys can help me remember here. Yeah, I think with the current tariff situation and everything, assembled front and back, they back about 500. So of course, a lot of that was tariffs, right? Like half of it was tariffs. It would have been half that price. So I'll say that for now, and that's situations. So. Correct.
So everyone can hear, that doesn't include the Amiga chipset. That's just the board itself.
Is there any support for like a standard Amiga joystick?
Yes, I didn't really talk about that. So the board does come with the standard 9-pin ports for joy and mouse. And so how it works a little bit, and Chris can chime in, he's worked on this part. So if you're using a mouse through the HID, we'll disable the mouse, the legacy mouse input while it's receiving it from the HID mouse. But otherwise, yeah, the old school D sub 9 mouse and joystick ports are there.
just to add what Jason just said, there was a little bit of a challenge there because when you plug in Logitech wireless, it instantiates houses. But we can't just go by the fact that there's a USB device present. What we actually do is whenever mouse input or keyboard input happens from USB, it will take over the joystick, or the first joystick port, and transmit that mouse action to Amiga. And then after so many seconds, so you use a joystick and have it plugged in all the time, or a mouse and have it plugged in all at the same time, legacy-wise, and have your USB also populated. Dynamically takes it over as you use it. Does not dynamically take it over if you use the legacy mouse, though. You've got to wait a second. Questions?
It's just merge the streams, which is how most platforms.
So the question is, why doesn't it just merge the streams? The problem is that an Amiga mouse, how it's implemented is that it will hold state of various pins as it's just sitting there idle. So if an Amiga mouse is plugged in, it's locking those pins to a certain state. And if you have a USB mouse and you want to override that, then you can't just overdrive a grounded signal. He's got another question, just a second.
In the operating system, you can create multiple events going through the input handler.
Okay, so, well, we're talking about hardware that is existing outside of the operating system, whether a game is running or something else. If you want to talk further about it, we'll take that offline. Any other questions? Thank you, everyone.
Anything else? I appreciate it, guys. Take care. Have fun. Yeah, this time of year is really tough because of what I do. Job. I could not have flown out this year for sure. Yeah. No, I appreciate it. It sounds like a lot of fun. Okay, thanks. You too. Bye.
Hey, folks, I'm going to start walking around the show floor. I need a second to figure my stuff out. I know these things have a mute feature, but I don't remember how to enable it. I can validate that my audio is working properly here. That doesn't do it. Nope, that doesn't do it. Testing 1, 2. Okay. Well, power off and mute can do the same job. Let me flip this on too. So let me see if this is working. Off. Okay, now this is a test of my audio. It's annoying when I'm on air, waiting for it to wake up. Oh, that's annoying as heck. Okay. That's mute. Wow, that was super annoying. I reach over to go start using it, and it turns off. That is inappropriate behavior, Mr. Tablet. But for some reason, the audio is still working. Okay, that's actually pretty bright. What? It's not supposed to be in my face. The same one. Okay, there we go. And I'm live. Probably a little hot on this end. I'm going to turn that down. Okay. And this might be working too. We'll just hope this is working. So I'm in stereo now. Oh my God, it's so bright. Oh boy. Okay. So if this works, we get a little bit of time walking around. Robert, since you're my neighbor, my table neighbor, and you're here, yeah, so we can see. I know. Let's see if your eyes turn silver when we look at it.
Oh, the silver? Wow, that would be the alien look. If I had silver eyes shining at you.
That's right.
Unfortunately, I'm not wearing any Star Trek contacts.
I was going to say, you don't glow blue like that episode where they turn into lizard people.
Glow blue. Oh, that episode. You're thinking of that one.
Yes,
there.
yes.
I'm thinking farther back with Gary Seven. Gary Seven?
Oh my gosh, you're going way, way, way into the past. Okay, tell me what you got.
Oh, okay.
So, hold on, use the mic. Take the mic.
Oh, hello. I'm processing videos through the iMac so I can edit them, edit effects, adjust the sound, and then compress them to be up.
You'll have good photos of it.
Good photo of it.
For everyone's.
And a good photo of you as well.
I don't know about that. That's not possible.
Yeah.
Awesome.
So yeah, it's really good. And I don't know who
There's
this man
Dale.
is.
There's the man Dale.
Yeah, this
He
is the
made
man.
it. Rose made it. Hi, Rose. Hi. Welcome to our show. Good.
This is Kevin.
Yep. Kevin
Hey,
from
Dad.
Discord.
Hey, Dad.
Thank you for your video clipper.
You bet.
Keep working on it. We'll get there.
Yeah. So yeah, great.
Darn it. Okay, sorry guys. The tablet goes to sleep without an external power supply. It's super, super duper obnoxious. Let me figure out how to fix that. You know, I do this stuff once a year and I learn every time. Okay, sorry folks. The tablet is sleeping on me, which is really, really obnoxious. So let me figure out how to turn that off on Samsung. It's not something I do every day. Screen timeout. I typed in timeout. They must have gotten rid of that. Search. Screen. I turned the screen time out to 30 minutes. Hopefully that will do it. So sorry we're disconnected there. Looks like the audio is working. Okay. I'm going to walk around with this mobile rig and go find a table. Someone to talk to. Talk to Robert. Let's see. There's Kenny working on something. Okay. Let's go over to the game competition. Let's start there. RJ is here. That's what I just heard. So we're going to start at the game competition. We have someone playing. You can see by their focus and energy that they're very excited by it. Just outside of the camera at the bottom is the actual award. So this year's game is Banshee. And you can see that what they've done is they've created a tank from the game, and then they created an explosion and then the airplane over top. And the detail and the painting is fantastic. Modeled after the airship in the game itself. You can see it's got hyped up cannons, we've got bombs, we've got a Boeing ball flying. It's just fantastic. So that's the game competition. And then we've got Josh there, who's the one who put this together. Let's keep walking around. Hopefully this is working. I can't tell from here. There's Zach from VCF. Oh, I forgot the microphone. Shouldn't do that. Alan, Chris. Oh, you can see it's Jerry's microphone. Let's see. I'm gonna walk the other way. It's kind of hard to walk. It's a bit tight. I'm actually gonna check to make sure it's still broadcasting. There's a lot of buttons and I'm by myself, so. Oh, I can see it working on the big screen. Never mind then. Perfect. I can just look up at the big screen and see if I'm still rocking and rolling here. There's Ron with Carl. No? Oh, there's a photo op for because RJ is here. Oh, this what you're looking at right now. This is a Dev Unit 02 from Dale's collection. This is a terminal that's running. Actually, no, that's Dev Unit 118. 02 is in the corner. This is a running Amiga OS, Amiga Dev Unit, and on the screen you can see the output that they loaded in based on the ROM-WAC system. So Carl was talking about this. Dale was talking about it earlier. So this is how they actually used to use development. They'd use a VT100 talking to a Sage. They'd build their applications, and then they push it over using ROM-WAC into the dev boards for execution display. So that's how these guys built the entire Amiga operating system. As Carl said, he basically wrote the microkernel with a small team of dedicated people, whereas modern development requires massive amounts of folks, and you get an interesting output. So here's our photo op. Here's RJ signing some stuff. There's Dale, Mike, Ron. Fred is in there. Very cool. Very cool. So we'll have a fun banquet tonight. Hopefully a lot of those guys come. It's going to be a good time. We're going to talk about the stories of the people in the room, because we always bring someone to talk. But this year, celebrating the 40th anniversary, we're going to talk about why people are here. Marshall is playing a game with a helicopter. So we're walking down here. This exhibitor, Amigas are an appliance. So this is the phone pack, I believe it is. It looks like it's working. You can send a fax to this number. I would love someone on the internet to do that. Like, you can call this machine and send it a fax. I believe that number is actually active right now and will work. So give us a call. Leave a voicemail for AmiWest if you happen to watch this in the next day or two. We got some Monkey Island action here. Evangelos is super excited. Yay! Woo, woo, woo. I'm getting some Gino rubbing off on me here. Let's see. Over here, we've got the Toga group setting up a number of machines. We've got 4000 running Outrun, the new port. We've got 128D, VIC-20, a Spectrum, and I believe an Acorn, which is one Marshall is playing. Inferior systems. Let's see. And what's your name?
My name's Matthew.
Welcome, Matthew. I haven't seen you before. So over here, we've got Laurent from France. Awesome. Welcome. And he is running an A1222. Here, why don't you say hi? That's a microphone. You can grab it and you can talk.
Hi, everybody from France, directly.
So tell me about your table. What do you got?
So we have the 1222 in demonstration with the last game from Amiga PC, which is SPE optimized. And you have also the motherboard shown as a stand. So you can see it in function. This is the motherboard. And you can see a full tower, complete system running the last game from Amiga PC with all the graphics hard disk, all that you can use. And this is also the Amiga OS 4 Update 3, which is installed today for the show especially. So we have some hardware to sell if you want.
Awesome.
Thank you.
I love this case. Mine's a little big. I've got a Checkmate, which is cool, but I definitely want to get a smaller case. I'll hit you up to learn more. I actually 3D printed these. So I made this. I don't know if you want the file. I'll send you the file. Oh, yeah. The difference with this one is not the MCU port. So you can connect into the back. It's very nice. Thank you for coming. So over here we have Amiga NG from Matthew. Yes, sir.
All the Amiga engineers have gathered. They want to take a picture of a bouncing bowling ball on the projection screen.
I've been called into action. I will come back over here. As you can see, the show floor. So walking around, it's fairly crowded. Got a lot going on. Hopefully this isn't making people upset or going to make them cry or whatnot. I was enjoying being able to see on the screen. Fine, Amiga founders. Here, I'm going to set this up over here, and you guys can watch that happen. As we bring in the folks, let's see. So I need to press this, press that. Let's see the state of this guy. Been requested to put up a bowling ball that goes bouncy bouncy. Should be relatively easy. System, prefs, screen blanker. See if that goes on. Yep, there it goes. Okay, so now we have a blanker. Bouncing, bouncing, bouncing. And they all went away somewhere. Oh, the bowling ball turns on and they're wandering back this way. I don't know why I'm using both microphones. Hopefully that's slightly stereo. Let's see. Uh-oh. Yeah, that's working. And they will come. Like a moth to a bowling ball. Mike is the first one. Love it. Click the self-destruct button. So funny. Yeah, we need to do a tour of the 3DO zone that Ghetto Finger Gino put together. It's pretty spectacular. Take a photo. My phone is still around. I'll be over your head. You're good. Okay, so the show is going pretty well. Technical difficulties, some audio issues, but in general, I think we're doing okay this year. It could be worse. Oh crap! There's a ton of cupcakes over here. Oh my gosh, I didn't realize that. That's really nice. It's really nice. Some of the frosting is slid off, but you know, it's sugar. Gotta love it. I don't have one of those handheld mobile rigs to walk around with, but I do have a nice bright light on the front so people know something's going on. So these are the cupcakes for my birthday. Thank you guys. Much appreciated. There's our pizza and our drinks. Case parts. This is our AmiWest check-in table. Our banquet is going to be off-site tonight, so that's going to be new. It'll be fun. We've been this way before. I guess they're not gathering for the photo, so we'll keep walking around a little bit. David's not here with his killer robots. Those things are cool. Gino doesn't look like he's in his row. Let's go look at a 1200 NG. Actually, let's look at the future wall. So this is the future wall. I'm going to spend some time getting it to work later tonight. So basically, you've got the A4000 over here with the ZZ the Z3660. It's not happy. I don't know why. When it left Sales Warehouse, it worked great. And then we've got a 600 GS, which I have not had a chance to set up yet. And then for some reason, the display on the Denise is not working here. So I'm not sure what's wrong with little Mr. Denise. It was working earlier, so I'll have to fix that guy. And then you can see the back of the future wall. Stuff hanging everywhere. Little loose cable, but you see we got floppy drive back here. I even made this floppy for the Denise. Printed the label. It's got the same icon, all this crazy stuff. That was fun. We've got power supplies and all sorts of goodness. So I'm not sure what's going on there. I'll fix it later. The Pi Storm running over here. We've got a Raspberry Pi 5 running AmiBerry, and then we've got the 1222 at the top. It'll be working tomorrow. Here we've got Alex playing the 1200 NG system. Plays very nicely. It's one of my favorite games. So cool. Ready to rock and roll. And over here we've got the A-EON table with some goodies for sale. I think I have several of these. Very cool. And then Brian Deneen is selling his collection here at the show, or parts of his collection. He's got some interesting devices. This looks like a internal Gen Hawk. Very nice. Bunch of joysticks back there, some original Commodore joysticks. And then Brian is a big fan of the Rebel programming language. Then over here, we've got the Amiga motherboards. These were all made by Francis, a C64 Ci. This is a, I don't even know what that guy is, a 2000 maybe? No, 1000 board. A500, the 1200 looks spectacular. And then a 3000, again, absolutely beautiful. Over here, we've got Chris. Hey, guys. Yes, sir. What are you guys working on? And then the Pacero 2. Very nice. Very nice. It's got a loose battery tooth. In a 2000, it looks like. Is that? No, 3000. What's that? It's a Halloween tooth. A Halloween? There you go. Nice. Chris is always here fixing stuff. It's great. Then here's this vampire system. I love that background. Good board. And then here's the girls, we like to call them. The breadboard systems from Dale's collection, as you can see. Cleaned up, looking really nice. With a Amiga 40th light box. And then the power system. You don't see this every day. Mogul Maniac power system game from '83. Pretty cool. And then we have the AmiWest Raffle. Oh, Chris donated a Kick Smash. I got to get some of those. USB adapters, love them. Page Stream. It's good to see it's still available. We've got an AmiKit license. AmiKit is fantastic. Highly recommend it. And then we got some big ticket items. A $500 voucher from Amiga Store EU, $300 voucher, $100 voucher. Zulu Scuzzy from Alex. Terrible Fire from Boeing and Beyond. And the Checkmate case. Quite a few tickets in there. Not full yet. There's still some holdouts. Then we've got the Scuzzy Me section. The Scuzzy cards. And there's the, it's a real good close-up of the Amiga PCI board. And then a 1000 running here. Just, I mean, this machine is super, super, super clean. Beautiful. And then Lou's got his display. Hey, Lou, how's it going?
How are you, Bill?
We're good. You're live, baby.
Hey.
I think, unless it broke.
No,
and then we're talking to nobody.
It looks like a crack in the screen there.
What are you showing here, buddy?
So, my nephew's doing keyboards for the Amigas.
Oh, wow.
So several different types. And then we've just got a couple things on display that we're trying to move with that 3000 and this 1000 and 600. So, we're fixing them up, getting them back into good shape, and getting them back in use.
So I can give you money, and if I've got a 4000 keyboard that doesn't work, it can get working?
It's possible, yes.
Wow. Yeah. Like buy a replacement board with all that wild LED stuff? Yeah. Well, we'll talk later about that. Yeah. For sure.
Yeah, so my nephew has designed all these, done all the keys.
It's gorgeous.
And worked with a couple of people, so for the 1200, the 2000, the 4000.
Yeah, that's what I need is one for a 4000. Yeah, I mean, it's premium work, but I'd rather have a board that's in fantastic shape, like a brand new one.
Yeah.
So I know it's going to work for 30 years, right? That's great news.
And the location and size of the keys is
100%.
Yeah.
It's funny you mention that because that's a big deal, right? It's got to be right. Now, see, there's the LEDs he's using to get this effect. I didn't see it at first. I don't know if that's coming through. But if you look carefully, I'll turn the light out. You can really see the colors coming through. At first, I'm like, what's wrong with that keyboard? Now I'm like, I need that.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, it's beautiful. Great idea. How do people find this online?
So he could just send me an email, and then I will give them links.
Okay.
Steve.
Yeah, this is great work. Here. How do people find you online to get access to that?
It's on AmiBay under Steve ED.
Steve ED?
Steve ED, yeah.
Out in AmiBay.
Yeah.
Fantastic. I'm going to reach out for a 4000 one of these days. Sounds great. Looks beautiful. Thank you, man. Thanks for coming. And then we have OS 3 beta with the new Moonlight icon set. Moonlight.
I'm not the expert here.
Yeah. They're pretty.
Looks awesome.
I'm assuming that's not a native AGA display. That'd be really impressive if it was. Probably a bit. ZZ9000, the predecessor to the 3660 up there. Looks great though. I mean, that's spectacular. Yeah, that's great. Really nice. Yeah, the icon's really cool. Very cool.
Then there are new.
Oh, the new prefs. Yeah. Much more modern sort of collection on the side thing.
I learned about this yesterday, so yeah, that's it.
Yeah.
Screen mode is the same. Quickly where it is. Input maybe.
Yeah, the icons are gorgeous looking. Definitely built with care. Very cool. Thanks, man. Awesome. Awesome. And then here we have the rabbit hole table. Talk to Alex a little more tomorrow. He's got some pretty spectacular toys. This is something I'm drooling after. So this is a Zulu SCSI wide. So it's got a faster processor, really good transfer rates, wide SCSI. He's got his Zulu Blaster. So you can get audio header, CD header output from your Zulu SCSI. So if you've got a Zulu SCSI with a header, you can plug this sucker in, and then you can get, when you mount a CD, you can play a CD from the Zulu SCSI. Very cool stuff. Lots of stuff for sale. Hopefully people buy it. What do we have over here? The Ultimate 64 controller and tune finder. Fantastic. So I don't want to interrupt. Here, take this. Talk at it. What's your name?
Oh, hey, my name is Marcin. I came here from Portland, and I just wrote two part of the software. First one is a tune finder, which you can use to to search your local radios or whatever radios around the world, and to play it using Amiga amp. And the second one is actually controller for Ultimate seed player, and you can control Ultimate 64 as a computer or the cartridge whatsoever. So you can load the program from your Amiga.
Oh.
You can just look at the memory. Whatever you like to do with the Ultimate is available for Amiga.
So
And
it doesn't just load audio. You can push any application.
you can push any application. You can
And how do they talk to each other?
So
What's the
actually,
interface?
right now they're connected through the network.
So this is online?
No, this is not. This is actually the controller.
Oh, that's this
but,
guy.
It has a ESP controller inside.
Inside, so it's wireless here.
Yeah, it's a wireless here,
Wireless here, and then
you
talk.
can just
PyStorm,
talk.
probably?
No, it's Warp 1260.
So,
it's like
where are you getting Wi-Fi from?
It already had on the board.
Okay.
So everything is connected to the routers, and you can just talk. You can read the memory, what you have in the memory in your Commodore, and you can also do the typing and all other stuff on your Commodore.
Yeah, when I read the Ultimate 64 controller, I was thinking like a joystick.
No.
No, it is not. It is way cooler than that. This is awesome.
Yeah, you can. Okay.
So I'm gonna put the screen over here.
Yeah, and you can. See
And
here
you're
when I
using
reboot,
this Amiga. You just reloaded this box.
and then we can do the other stuff. So let's say go print.
Nothing's on the screen. Oh, you got to send it. You don't have real time.
Now we have.
He's pressing type on the Amiga,
type.
And it just fired it over. Yes, it does.
Over, it's there.
I can't argue with that logic.
Then we will go to 10. Another type.
Nice.
And run.
Run. So you just wrote a little program?
Yeah.
Drove it from the Amiga into the 64. I love it.
It stopped actually because, you know, the
The next song came up, so it drove the next song at it. I love it.
Have like
Yeah.
song.
Oh, that's amazing. Yeah, I've got this guy too. I've never used this on the, I don't use it on Amigas, but it's the,
It works pretty well with the S64.
Yeah.
I mean, it depends. I think lots of the purists, they used to actually use like a regular joystick.
Yeah.
Because they say, hey, come on, why you want to use like a Sega controller for like an Amiga or 64? And especially, you know, just like lots of the people, they used to get, you know, just like the app and the, you know, messing up, you know, just like with the jump button and all of. Yeah.
Very nice.
I can
Thank you for
download all of
coming.
the software, you know, from AmiNet.
Yeah, it's all, is it donationware?
No, it's free.
Free. Thank you.
Doing anything for
Yeah.
Amiga.
Nothing for money for the Amiga. I really appreciate you coming. I'll see you at the banquet tonight. Thank you so much. Awesome sauce. Awesome sauce. That's really cool. I don't do Commodore 64 stuff, but if I did, I would definitely want to get that. Then we got Gino with his 3DO display, and he's got this giant poster of RJ and a Minotaur. Seems like how that would normally go anyway. Been there, done that. It's awesome. He has no Amigas on his table. No Amigas. It's all 3DO. Yep. Awesome. Yep. Okay. What time is it? Oh, it's 4:30. I'm gonna start doing other stuff. This is cool. So I'm gonna walk over back to my table, put this away, and then I'm going to do high priority interrupting because I brought some stuff for people here at the show. Oh, here's this. Oh, here it is. We're jumping in. So our Amiga luminaries. Okay. I hope that worked. I don't know if it worked or not, which is literally crazy talk. I think it worked. And you should be able to hear me. Testing 1, 2. Okay, you can hear me now. Okay. So I've got the camera pointed at our Amiga luminaries here. I think the remote cam worked pretty well. Hopefully that was nice for you guys. Preview of what's to come. Let's see. Hold on. Okay, I'm walking away. Can't see me. Walking over to Gino because I'm a little behind here. Hey, Gino.
Have the hands out.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, give me a second.
Yeah.
More stuff to sell. I'm gonna borrow this. No one's bought any. I'm assuming. No one's bought anything. Yeah. Oh, you have sold some. Awesome. I want to talk about it. Oh no. Yep. Thank you. Just dropping stuff like an old man. Okay. Okay. So for the folks online who can actually hear me, I worked with Hano PPC. Hano? Oh, I can't say it. To actually create hard copies of Wipeout that he had at Amiga 40 with serial numbers and the whole thing. So they're not his professional ones. Like you can kind of see a little white line from where I did the slicing. But we have these for sale here at a discount. And also from Magic SN, we've got the Serious Sam software for OS4 and other platforms. And then I also have for sale the pins from Amiga 40. So I brought some of the pins. These are available online at Amiga Guru, and we're going to sell them here at the show. But Trevor wanted me to do something for him, as always. Always trying to help out the Trevor. Boy, that was Nova. Here. That thing. Yeah. Yeah. Well, I was also going to announce stuff that I'm selling. And things like that. No, that's old school. Of course, Dale. Ask and you shall receive, Dale. I think, what's it called? The logo? I forget what it's called. I know, but what's it? I have the directory up, but Dale just said he wants his old ball. No, this is Costals. It's Costals OpenGL Boing Blanker for OS4. I'll file a bug on him. I'm sure he'll love that one. This is not accurate. I just don't have the audio hooked up. It is. It does have that. I just didn't do it. Yeah. Okay.
To the left.
I also brought a giant box of shirts. I don't exactly know what to do with them, and I have patches in the car that I know what I want to do. Like, maybe we'll do that at the banquet. Hand them out like candy at the banquet. It is. So we'll do that at the banquet. Maybe shirts. I'll ask some questions. Ooh, speaks up. Sketch. Okay. I'm going to go hot. Okay, I'm back online. I'm going to turn this up. Hello, 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 hello. Okay, everyone, it's announcement time. We're going to shut the show floor down in about 20 minutes, and then we'll want to transition to Burgers and Brews. Where are the cards, Jerry? Okay. Jerry has a bunch of, this is how you get to the location cards. So if you don't know how to get there, go see Jerry. There are a number of people who volunteered to drive other people. If you plan to drink more, please go with them. If you have a car with extra room, you can definitely do that. My recommendation and my hope is that if you are looking to drive people and you are looking to have someone transport you there, let's meet in the lobby at about 5:20. Kind of pushing the time there, but 5:20. It's about a 30-minute drive. The buffet starts at 6:30, so we can get in at 6. But if you have a car for room and you want to ride, let's meet in the lobby, and then we can kind of parse people out and figure out how we're going to get there so nobody gets left behind. See the card for Jerry. A couple other things. For anybody who's been following stuff online, I have printed out from the Amiga 40th from Stefan Husser, sorry if I get it wrong, Magic SN, ports of Serious Sam for Amiga OS 4, the RetroArch collection, I think it's all the cores, and the Scum VM for Amiga OS 4 and Warp OS. So we're selling them at the show for him. So buy it here. You can email him and let him know that you have a copy and make sure you get updates. But it's all those applications on one CD. If you saw last year, we had Wipeout, Fatomas Edition, Hano PPC, if I'm saying that correctly, created this at Amiga 40th. He sent me all the files, and I've recreated it using my home printer, so it's not quite as nice, so it's a little less expensive than there. But it's basically a boxed version of Wipeout for Amiga OS 4. It runs on the 1222, runs on the X5000. It's got a serial number on the inside, a little manual. So he sent me all the files, and I cut that. Gino has both of these products. So if you have an OS 4 machine and you're looking for some more content, we're selling these. The proceeds will benefit the developers. And then a couple other things. We have some Amiga 30th. Anybody went to the Amiga 30th? Right? We have some extra posters in the back. The organizers put together and are selling we have the pin, the 40th pin for sale. So we're not going to make more of this stuff. When we're done, we're done. We're selling them online. We're going to be selling them here so you can save on shipping and all that. If you're interested, come find me, and then we can figure out how to do the transaction. These things are gorgeous, and we have a limited supply left. So if you didn't get one of these at the 40th, I'd recommend picking one of these up. And then 5:15 out front for the banquet, and we'll do the banquet tonight off-site and see how that goes. And then after the banquet, we'll come back and start drinking. We'll drink there, we'll drink here, we'll drink everywhere, but we're going to go off-site for food. Thanks, everyone. Okay. I was just. I need to modify my web store and add a local option to avoid this shipping. Right? Shipping's expensive now. It's pretty crazy. Give me 1 second. Let me do that. What do you want to do with it? Okay. Yeah, just give me like oh, thank you. Add a location. I saw you earlier, but I'm always. Yeah, so I just figure if you have extra room, we can all kind of back. Or you can just go. I mean, you don't have to take. Yeah, that's fine. Okay. Oh, I have a room. Want to go to the drop it off? Yeah. Um. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Let's bring him tonight. At the banquet. Yeah. Not really. It's honestly easier. I just need to find the button that says have a local option. Oh, local delivery. Okay, maybe that's. I hope you win. Can you do it online actually? Like I can't take a card here, but if you go online. Okay. So you can go online and type in your credit card, just like you would go like PayPal. Yeah, I do. Let me see your phone. I'll take you. Is that okay? Yeah. I'm just gonna go to a website where the link is. But that was Google. Yeah, I don't want to do that. Yeah, I don't want that.
That's the funny thing.
So we
Okay, I
do
can
like
use my PayPal.
yeah, totally, totally.
Yeah,
And
I know how to
so
use PayPal.
yeah, here let me. Hadn't thought this far. Is there an option? Let me. I've never used Shopify. It was pretty easy. Yeah. Or all like Venmo. Or Zip. Are you? Where do you live? Okay. Well, there will be there tax paid, shipping. Yeah. Okay. Also think logged in. Oh, you must live. I think it's like log in shop here. Knows where you are, and so it'll give you the right. You don't tell it like, oh, I'm in this text. You're in this zip code, and as a that's AmiWest. It's here. I'll give it. Exactly. Try this. Yeah. It should be there. It should check the shop again and see if it's local delivery. Oh, we got an email. Well, that's just. I just want one. Yeah. Here's a local. Still has the. No, I don't want to. I'm sorry. Thank you. I had trouble. When you put one in the cart, check out. Have a local option. I see. Enter address of hell, and it will match zip as local. That's what's. Now I understand. But I need to create a. I've added a local pickup option versus. I'll have to undo all of this after the show, but I've added a local pickup. Oh, pickup. There's now a pickup option. Pickup in store free. Woo! I got it. Probably. super hot. Okay, folks, I have to kill the stream and get packed up so that I can head to the banquet center and get set up so it comes back. I really want to thank everyone for hanging out for as long as you did. It looks like we've got about 24 people. I really, really what drives me to leave my family and do this every year. So thankful. You can go to AmiWest.net to get. Tomorrow we're going to try to spin up at 9:30. We're going to open the show, and then at 11 o'clock I'm going to do OS4 gaming. An amazing year for Amiga games. It really, really is. Then we're going to do our lunch. At lunch, I'm probably going to link to Amiga Bill's stream, and we'll do some simulcast from the show floor. We'll see if we can make that work again. Pretty spectacular that it worked last time, and I might challenge again. It is not easy. And then we've got a raffle, and we're going to wrap. So it's been a great day today at AmiWest. Great attendance. Everyone's a great vibe. Super, super happy. I cannot thank everyone enough for tuning in. And Robert Bernardo is here gathering videos. He's already started downloading, editing. Really, really appreciate it.